Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 161. Master Wuxing had asked Lu Yin to contact him during his first lock-breaking attempt, and after some thought, Lu Yin decided to contact him. But even after a while, Master Wuxing still couldn't be contacted through his gadget. Lu Yin closed his gadget, thinking that Master Wuxing must be busy. Lu Yin didn't wait any longer and decided to directly unlock the source box. However, he needed to activate the camera function on his gadget before he could actually unlock the source box. He wanted to record the entire process and upload it to his source box catalog. Every successful lock-breaking attempt was equivalent to unlocking the secrets of the universe. Source boxes were sealed by the universe and lock breakers were the key to unlocking them. Thus, every successful lock-breaking attempt, regardless of whether it was done by someone paying a price or by one's own initiative, was a contribution to the Lockbreaker Society. This contribution was graded by stars. For example, although Lu Yin had officially become a discerning elementary lockbreaker, his contribution was 0. There were many people like him in the society, and more accurately, they weren't true lockbreakers. Only lockbreakers who successfully unlocked a source box could be considered true lockbreakers. 1-star contribution would be awarded, and with this contribution, one would be considered a true lockbreaker. A lockbreaker with contributions was completely different from a lockbreaker without contributions. One's contribution had to be proven by a lock-breaking video which could be recorded by oneself or by someone else. In any case, no source box was exactly the same and there was no such thing as stealing the lock-breaking process. Thus, when someone paid a price to ask a lockbreaker to unlock a source box, the lockbreaker had to allow that person to watch from the side. This made it easier to record and it also helped to avoid suspicion. If a lockbreaker secretly hid something that had been unlocked, they would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. This was the professional nature of a lockbreaker. After preparing everything, Lu Yin placed a hand on the source box and closed his eyes. Star energy flowed out of his body and touched the source box. The moment he touched the source box, Lu Yin was stunned. It was too complicated, and the layer of energy on the source box's surface was rather chaotic and disorderly. It didn't seem very large, but from the perspective of star energy, it was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. It could even be considered another world. The star energy that roamed the universe was invisible to the naked eye, but once it became visible or even tangible, it meant that the concentration of star energy had reached a terrifying level. The surface of a source box was like this, and it wasn't just star energy. There were other types of energy mixed within the source box, and they were strangely balanced. Baser was right, as this source box was not dangerous. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to unlock it without using the serious art. It was like asking an illiterate person to decipher the principles behind a spacecraft's operation. It was so complicated that it gave him a headache. This was the true face of the source boxes that lockbreakers had to face. This source box was of the lowest grade, but it was already so complex. Lu Yin could not even begin to imagine how complex the first source box that he had seen in the source box catalog had been. Amateurs were only here to watch the show, but only insiders could sense how powerful that lockbreaker was. Lu Yin had no choice but to use the serious art. 8 stars revolved around his body and enveloped the source box. The seal on the source box's surface suddenly became clear, but it was still as messy and disorderly as before, like a randomly tangled string. If Lu Yin wanted to unlock this source box, he would have to dissolve this complex energy bit by bit. He took a deep breath and began his attempt. As long as he could see it clearly, it was not difficult to dissolve it, but it would take a long time. After all, the energy had already become tangible and there was just too much of it. 5 hours quickly passed and the source box's surface became slightly smoother. This proved that Lu Yin's lockbreaking had been effective. He looked up and exhaled with a bitter smile. It would probably take him more than 20 hours to completely unlock the source box. Whatever, he decided to continue. Without the serious art, Lu Yin would not have been able to succeed. Even with the serious art, it still took him 27 hours to finally unlock the source box. When the last thin layer of energy disappeared, a very inconspicuous piece of gray metal fell to the ground, making a clattering sound. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He had already reached his limit after continuously using the serious art for 27 hours. He really could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, he had succeeded at the last moment. He picked up the gray metal, which was probably a component of some sort. Because too much time had passed, most of the component had decayed and only this piece of metal remained. It was a pity, but since this piece of metal could withstand the corrosion of time, it should not be simple. Lu Yin put the metal away and activated his gadget. He uploaded his entire lock-breaking process to the sourcebox catalog and waited for it to be reviewed. He then closed his eyes and went to sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, his gadget beeped and he opened his eyes. When he looked at it, his eyes lit up. His lock-breaking video had been reviewed, and a new star had appeared on his own page on the Lockbreaker network. Lu Yin was delighted. From this moment onwards, he was a true lockbreaker with contributions, a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. The star was so bright that it almost dazzled Lu Yin. With this star, his status had risen once again. Lockbreakers' status was not only because they were sought after by outsiders, but also because they were protected from within. Any lockbreaker with contributions was a treasure to the Lockbreaker Society, and killing one would result in the retaliation of all lockbreakers. It could be said that the Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members. Lu Yin liked this sort of protective organization. When he had become a 1-star lockbreaker, the society had immediately sent him a congratulatory message and given him 20 sourcebox catalogs. These were all lockbreaking videos of discerning junior lockbreakers, which were very suitable for him and were very precious. At this moment, someone contacted him. Lu Yin took a look and saw that it was Master Wuxia. He tapped on his screen and Master Wuxia appeared with a serious expression. "Student Lu Yin, you were too rash." Lu Yin smiled. "Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself." Do you know that every lock-breaking process is a fight against the Grim Reaper? Lock-breaking is searching for the universe's treasures, and it's fighting against the universe for resources. It's very dangerous, Master Wuxia lectured sternly. Lu Yin replied, "Master, that source box isn't dangerous." Master Wuxia snorted. "It's not dangerous? Who told you that? The person who gave you the source box. What do they know? The dangers of source boxes are not something they can imagine. The material on the surface of a dusty source box is balanced, and the slightest carelessness can lead to a chain reaction. Take a look at the sourcebox catalog that the society gave you and remember my words. Lock-breaking with the determination to brush past death. This is a lifelong motto for every lock-breaker." He then disconnected the call. Lu Yin could feel Master Wuxia's seriousness, and he hurriedly opened the sourcebox catalog that the society had given him. In the dark night, a young woman held a fist-sized stone and closed her eyes as she began to lock-break. This stone was the same as the sourcebox that Lu Yin had unlocked, and it was completely harmless. The woman spent more than 10 hours trying to smooth out the surface of the sourcebox, and she rested for a while before continuing. Suddenly, the material on the surface of the sourcebox distorted and then exploded. The void distorted and nearly shattered, and the woman was swallowed up without leaving a trace behind. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb. The woman had not been able to maintain the balance of the energy on the sourcebox's surface during the lock-breaking process, which had led to an accident. This was a classic case of failure. This case was very similar to Lu Yin's lock-breaking, but the difference was that he had succeeded while the woman had failed. Thus one had lived while the other had died. The energy on the surface of a sourcebox was like an ecosystem that had long since formed a balance. Once it was broken, the entire ecosystem would collapse. The consequences of the energy becoming tangible were terrifying, and even a limiter might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his Sirius's abilities allowed him to see everything clearly. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Lu Yin continued looking through the other sourcebox catalog records. The 2nd, 3rd, and all the way up to the 17th were all failures. But the 18th image shocked Lu Yin once again. He saw a pair of hands that were similarly unlocking a harmless sourcebox. But after dozens of hours, when there was only a thin layer left on the sourcebox's surface, a strangely shaped snake rushed out from within and burrowed into the lockbreaker's body through the pair of hands. There was a blood-curdling scream before the image disappeared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb once again. He finally remembered that the sealed sourcebox might not necessarily be an inanimate object, but rather a living creature. These creatures had sealed themselves away, and as time passed, they would gradually be covered in dust. The moment the sourcebox was opened, they would awaken. Just the thought of a creature from ancient times was terrifying. There were a total of 20 sourcebox catalog records, and all of them were cases of failed lock breaking. Furthermore, the lock breakers themselves had all died. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. These cases had made him realize just how dangerous lock breaking was. The Lockbreaker Society had sent him these records the moment he had become a one-star lockbreaker as a warning, as well as to clearly show him what it meant to be a lockbreaker. Many times, those who opened source boxes did not have good endings. Lockbreakers bore this responsibility, and while they bore the glory, they also experienced death. Lu Yin contacted Master Wuxia again. "Are you done?" Master Wuxia stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and solemnly replied, "I'm done." "What are your thoughts?" Master Wuxia's expression was serious. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before looking up. "It's very stressful, but it's also very interesting." Master Wuxia's lips curled up. "Interesting?" Very few people find lock breaking interesting. Although there are hundreds of thousands of lock breakers in the society, there aren't many who can actually lock break. Of these people, quite a few reject lock breaking because they don't dare to. I hope that you won't become that kind of person. Lu Yin's brows rose and he slowly bowed. "Thank you for the reminder, Master." Master Wuxia nodded, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Lock breaking can sometimes rely on external objects. There are always mystical items in the universe that can help lock breakers, such as this. Master Wuxia then took out 2 dark green leaves and placed them on his head. Under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he calmly explained, "These leaves can clear my mind and increase my train of thought by several times. You've already lock broken once, so you should understand how beneficial it is to lock breaking." Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. He deeply understood. If his train of thought had increased by several times, then he wouldn't have needed to spend 27 hours. This was a treasure that could increase his efficiency. Master Wuxia saw Lu Yin's yearning gaze, smiled and put away the leaves. "Don't look at me like that, I only have 2 of these leaves. If you want to obtain more, then come to the Society's headquarters when you're free. There are similar items that you can exchange for. Of course, the price is not cheap. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune, and may your wishes come true. Both the 15th and 16th will be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 162. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as he had been hoping to get a gift. Forget it, even Master Wuxia had said that the price was high, so it probably wasn't something he could obtain right now. It was better to return to Astral 10 first, since he had been out for so long. Lu Yin closed the Lockbreaker network and suddenly found an unread notification. He looked at it and saw that it was from Old Kai from Astral 10. Temporary mission. Head to the Umbral Butterfly Weave and obtain the Giant Emperor's third eye. Complete the mission and return to the academy. Giant Emperor? Third eye? Lu Yin was puzzled and immediately checked the network. The Umbral Butterfly Weave was very far from Frostwave Weave. There were 7 weaves in between, and there were less than 100 regions in between. Compared to Frostwave Weave, the Umbral Butterfly Weave was slightly smaller. The giants were a barbaric race in the Umbral Butterfly Weave that possessed great power and had even produced space-exploring powerhouses. Every giant was 100 meters tall and had sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. They were bald and had long arms, and forests grew on their backs. Their bodies were green and their eyes were filled with black threads. There were almost 10 million of them, and the one who ruled over them was the Giant Emperor. Lu Yin searched for a long time and he managed to find quite a bit of information regarding the Giant Emperor. However, there was no mention of a third eye. He even managed to find many images of the past Giant Emperors, but none of them had a third eye. Could Old Kai have made a mistake? He originally wanted to contact Old Kai to ask, but after some thought he decided against it. He would go take a look first. It took a month to travel from Frostwave Weave to the Umbral Butterfly Weave, and Lu Yin planned to continuously look at the star charts during this time. Now he needed to roll his die. Only a few days had passed since he had last rolled the die, and Lu Yin calculated that it was still not time yet. He took out the star chart and studied it, trying to figure out the feeling that the crazy director had given him when he had activated the 9th star. A few more days passed and Lu Yin finally took out his die. It's time to roll it. He tapped the die and it stopped spinning. Lu Yin's surroundings changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He was a little depressed as this space was starting to wear him out. However, he couldn't bear to change the scenery. Forget it, it was only 3 days and they would pass by quickly. When the 3 days were up, Lu Yin returned to the manor and continued rolling his die. This time he rolled one and a crystal card from an unknown bank dropped. It wasn't from the Mavis Bank and Lu Yin pursed his lips. It's useless, so he continued. When he saw that the die was still on one, he sighed. A pink dress had dropped and he was stunned. How was this possible? Without a second thought he burned it. If anyone saw it, his reputation would be ruined. Lu Yin sighed. He would never be able to roll his die in front of others again in this lifetime. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if a set of female underwear suddenly appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath, squeezed his fingers and tapped the die once more. When it stopped spinning, the number that appeared before him was 6. 6 points, a mysterious number. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as his eyes burned with passion. This number was just right for him. Everything in front of him changed and he turned into a ball of light that appeared in a pitch-black space. There were balls of light everywhere, some warm, some hot, some large and some small. Lu Yin's ball of light flew further and further away. He had 200,000 cubes of crystals in his cosmic ring, which was enough for him to travel very far. This time Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how he could choose the most suitable person for himself. As he moved further and further away, he discovered that some of the balls of light were repelling him, while others were attracting him. He was still thinking when he suddenly felt a pulling force. His face changed. No way, have I used up all 200,000 cubes of crystals? He didn't even think about it and immediately rushed towards the ball of light that was attracting him. This ball of light was much larger than his own, and it was also larger than Delay's. It should be a limiter, and it definitely wasn't weak. The moment Lu Yin rushed into the ball of light, his consciousness faded away. When he regained consciousness, he had transformed into another person, a genius lockbreaker called Sharon. Lu Yin looked at his hands and saw a handsome man in the mirror. This was Sharon, a genius lockbreaker from the Timo Weave. He was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who was only one step away from becoming a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. He was a true genius, and more importantly, he was a student of Astral 6 and one of the area masters of the Tao of Purgatory. He was on the same level as Spear Mountain's area master, Frankfurt. Lu Yin knew that he had hit the jackpot, as this person was definitely the most suitable person for him. They were both lockbreakers, and it was no wonder that Karen's ball of light had attracted Lu Yin. There was a faint connection between the two of them, and Lu Yin knew that he would have to choose the ball of light that attracted him in the future. There were definitely similarities between the two of them. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and immediately checked his star map. Although the Timo Weave wasn't as far from the Frostwave Weave as it was from the Umbral Butterfly Weave, it was still 2 weaves away. At such a distance, his crystals definitely wouldn't last long. Lu Yin quickly sat down and reviewed Karen's life, focusing on his lock-breaking experience. Sharon was indeed a genius 5-star lock-breaker. He had unlocked no less than 20 source boxes, and the experience that had allowed him to become a 5-star lockbreaker had come from a sword-shaped source box. It had been one of Astral SXS Limiter missions, and the person who had issued it was unknown. However, the mission to unlock a sword-shaped source box had become famous throughout Astral 6 because 2 lockbreakers had already died to this source box, killed by a single strand of sword chi. This source box had even attracted the attention of a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, who had stated that this source box was indeed suitable for discerning elementary lockbreakers. However, it was extremely difficult to successfully unlock it, and anyone who succeeded would be rewarded with 5 stars of merit. Sharon had succeeded and he had spent 3 days to unlock the source box. He had almost collapsed from exhaustion at the very last moment, and he had also obtained the sword named Revealing. This had shaken Astral 6, and he had become the most talented lockbreaker after Dao Bo. Lu Yin replayed the process of unlocking the Revealing sword, and he was shocked by Karen's exquisite control of star energy. Although this person could not see as clearly as Lu Yin could when he used the serious art, he had relied on his familiarity with star energy to forcefully unlock the source box. This was the method that most lockbreakers used, and Lu Yin would have been cheating if he had used the serious art. Sharon was truly a genius lockbreaker. Even though Lu Yin was replaying the process, he was still sweating profusely from exhaustion. However, his gains were not small as he had fused with Karen's body, which was equivalent to having Karen's lock-breaking experience. This was a valuable asset. With a clang, Lu Yin retrieved the revealing sword from his cosmic ring. The sword's blade was light and agile, and it was silvery white in color. The sword's edge glowed with vibrant colors, and there were faintly discernible veined patterns on its surface. With a casual wave of his hand, a huge crack appeared in Karen's cultivation room. Lu Yin was shocked, as a room that could be used for a Lemaitr's cultivation was definitely not made of ordinary materials. However, the revealing sword had been able to easily cut through the room. It was too sharp. Furthermore, the veined patterns on the sword's edge were clearly not simple. This was a weapon that had been sealed away for an unknown period of time, and it possessed a mysterious power. Lu Yin was a little greedy, and he really wanted to obtain this sword as well as the wealth within Karen's cosmic ring. However, after some thought, he decided not to be too greedy. He had already obtained Karen's lock-breaking experience, and if he robbed Sharon of everything, he would be met with retribution. The universe was mysterious, and although Lu Yin did not believe in retribution, he still felt apologetic. This was also a type of retribution. Although he did not want to rob Sharon of his wealth, that did not mean that Sharon was useless. Sharon was one of Astral SX's strongest powerhouses and the Tao of Purgatory's area master. He was on the same level as Frankfurt, so he had a ready-made backer. Lu Yin recalled Karen's experiences, and his lips curled up into a strange smile. This guy was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was emotionally miserable. However, he was just right for Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out dozens of letters from the corner of his cosmic ring and blinked. Sharon, don't blame me. I don't want to do this either, but there's no other way. You'll have to suffer for a while. Just as he finished speaking, a pulling force appeared, and Lu Yin closed his eyes and reappeared in the dark space. He then traversed an unknown distance and returned to King Zishan's palace. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately took out a piece of paper and began writing. At the same time, in the distant Timor weave, Sharon crawled up from the ground and rubbed his head. What was going on? Why was he lying on the ground and his memory seemed to have disappeared? Suddenly, Karen's pupils shrank and his face went pale. There were dozens of letters on the ground and they caused his mind to rumble. His secret had been discovered. Sharon could die, but there were some secrets that could never be discovered. However, the letters on the ground clearly told him that someone had mercilessly scanned through his secrets. Sharon trembled as he put the letters away, his entire body cold. Who could it be? Who could have knocked him out without a sound? This was his most secret training room and he hadn't told anyone else about it. Who could it be? At that moment, a string of numbers appeared in front of Karen's eyes. It was the number of his gadget and Karen's expression changed. This was left behind by that person. Did they want him to contact them? Sharon opened his gadget and hesitated. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin checked his cosmic ring and was saddened to find that he only had a little more than 500 star crystals left. He had used up 200,000 in one go, which was too terrifying. This was definitely a huge money grubber, but he didn't regret it. If he could fuse with Sharon, it would have been worth it even if he had to spend another 200,000 star crystals. Without those 200,000 star crystals, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Timor weave. 6 points had given him a huge surprise, but at the same time, it had also made him a pauper. Lu Yin felt both pain and joy. It was time to make some money. The commotion caused by Shiyu's incident had gradually died down, and there were no more spendthrifts knocking on his door. He had to find another reason. Just as he was thinking about how to scam someone, his gadget suddenly rang. His lips curled up as he tapped it open. A screen appeared in front of him and Karen's bloodshot eyes appeared. Sharon was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. He had thought that the person who had plotted against him was a space-exploring powerhouse, but it was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. It was impossible for someone of that age to plot against him. Who are you? Lu Yin smiled. You must be the Sharon that my uncle was talking about. Uncle? Karen's eyes widened and his expression turned ferocious. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Where is your uncle? I want to see him. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, my uncle has something to do, so he won't see you. However, he did tell me a few things about you. How interesting, huh? Karen's body turned cold again and he stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? What do you know? What do you want? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune and may your wishes come true. The 15th and 16th will both be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 163. These 3 questions were enough to prove how terrified Sharon was. The secret that Lu Yin had discovered was too shocking. Sharon was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was too unlucky. He liked a woman, but before he could even confess, she had already become his sister-in-law. This had happened the night before he had unlocked the sword-shaped source box, and it was because of this stimulation that he had decided to unlock the sword-shaped source box in order to seek death. He had never expected that he would succeed. After becoming a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Sharon had thought things through and did not want to die. However, his feelings for that woman had not changed at all, and he could only write letters to soothe his feelings. He only wrote them for himself and no one else knew. Even that woman did not know that her brother-in-law liked her. It was as if Sharon had sealed his feelings in another world and no one else knew about it besides him. This was his greatest secret and he had never thought of sharing it with anyone, but Lu Yin had found out about it. It had to be said that Sharon was a sentimental person, but it was a pity that he was unlucky. In Lu Yin's opinion, if he allowed Sharon to continue suppressing himself like this, he would sooner or later go crazy. It was better to help Sharon find an outlet and Lu Yin would be that outlet. Of course, Sharon would have to pay a price, such as protecting Lu Yin in the trial zones. Those letters are well written. Brother Sharon, your writing is very good, Lu Yin praised. Sharon clenched his fists and his body trembled from fear. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at him. I heard that you're a student of Astral 6 and one of the area masters of the Tao of Purgatory. Sharon did not reply. Lu Yin smiled. Then it's simple. Let's make a deal. You protect me from harm in the trial zones and I'll protect your secrets and never let anyone else know about them. Sharon was shocked. You're also a student of the Astral Combat Academy? Which Astral 6 are you from? Pacific 10, Lu Yin replied. Sharon was stunned. Astral 10? Astral 10 still exists? Lu Yin was displeased. What was this? Astral 10 was still alive and well, but this guy hadn't returned to Astral 6 for a while. He might not know what had happened in the past few months, but he should know that Astral 10 had arrived in the Outerverse. After all, he was from the Outerverse. Tell me if you agree or not, Lu Yin said impatiently. Karen's eyes turned cold. Fine, I agree. What's your name? Lu Yin stared at Karen's icy gaze and sneered. I'm guessing that you're thinking of how to kill me right now, right? Karen's expression changed. No. We're both students of the Astral Combat Academy, so I can't kill you. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled. I advise you to stop thinking about it. My uncle has a few letters with you. Don't you think that a few of them are missing? If something happens to me, these letters will appear untouched on your brother's desk. Oh, that's right, Astral 6 and even the entire Astral Combat Academy. Think about the consequences. Sharon felt his scalp go numb. If that really was the case, then his life was over. Although he hadn't done anything to that woman, once this matter was exposed, he would have no place in the universe, and that woman would also be implicated. I, Sharon, swear on my reputation that I definitely won't do anything to you. But you also have to promise that your uncle won't publicize my letter, said Sharon urgently. Lu Yin smiled. I promise that you'll be fine as long as I'm fine. Sharon heaved a sigh of relief, but his tone was somewhat dejected as he continued. I'm the area lord of Whitebone's Gorge in the Tao of Purgatory. You can go to Whitebone's Gorge directly after coming to the Tao of Purgatory. I'll also spread the word that you are under my protection. What is your name? Lu Yin. Sharon nodded and casually closed the screen. He knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, as Lu Yin had already grasped his weakness. At the same time, Lu Yin sighed and smiled. He now had a backer. An area lord was enough to make many shrink back. Unfortunately, it would be better if he was a realm lord. That way, there would be almost no one in the entire trial zone who would dare to act against him. Karen's deterrence could only intimidate a group of students at most, and area lords were not included in this list. He thought of Jared, who was at the top of the Blaze Realms rankings. If Sharon spread the word, then Lu Yin didn't know if that person would personally appear to attack him. After spending 2 days reviewing Karen's lock-breaking experiences, Lu Yin opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. With Karen's experience and the serious art, he could definitely become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, Sharon himself had only succeeded because of luck. If Lu Yin wanted to successfully unlock a source box similar to a sword-shaped source box, then he would need to activate the 9th star just to be safe. Once the 9th star appeared, both the serious art and serious palm would undergo a huge transformation. That would be the opportunity for Lu Yin to rise to prominence. Right now, everything could be pushed back, and the most important thing right now was the 9th star. However, the 9th star was far too difficult. Even if he remembered the crazy headmaster's deductions, it was useless. He just couldn't find the right opportunity to activate it. Perhaps he would have a better chance in outer space. Lu Yin rested for another day before heading to the Imperial Palace to bid farewell to Undying Yushan. "You're going to the Umbral Butterfly Weave?" The Undying Yushan was astonished. Lu Yin replied, "My mentor gave me a mission, so I have to go." Undying Yushan nodded. "Then go. Although it's far, your spacecraft has Astral 10's insignia. Not only will you be protected by the Astral Combat Academy, but you'll also be protected by the 10 Arbiters Council. You won't encounter any danger, but remember to take a detour if you encounter any strange phenomena in outer space. Astral disasters are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Even I can't guarantee that you'll be able to safely pass through them." Lu Yin grunted. "I understand, Your Majesty. Also, Wendy is back. Do you want to meet her?" Undying Yushan asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. "I've already met her. It was a coincidence." Undying Yushan nodded. "In that case, go. Complete your mission and return to the academy as soon as possible. Remember your responsibilities and remember that ring of authority." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Undying Yushan didn't tell Lu Yin that Wendy had wanted to resolve the grudge between him and Baser with a single sentence. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lu Yin, he understood that unless Baser died, the humiliation he had suffered that day would not disappear. Furthermore, Baser probably wasn't the only person in Lu Yin's heart. Wendy was as well. Just thinking about this gave Undying Yushan a headache. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was extraordinary, he didn't think that he could surpass Wendy. Reality wasn't a fairy tale. Wendy had received the inheritance of Myriad Swords Peak, and even the 10 Arbiters valued her highly. There were almost no youths in the Outerverse who could compare to her. However, this couldn't become a knot in Lu Yin's heart for the rest of his life, and it could only slowly fade away with time. Lu Yin watched as the scenery on both sides of him rapidly receded. The aurora broke through space, and with a slight tremble, it stabilized and sped towards the Umbral Butterfly Weave. This journey took a month, and they had to pass through dozens of wormholes. Without these wormholes, who knew how long it would take to reach the Umbral Butterfly Weave? Lu Yin took out his star chart, tossed aside all distracting thoughts, and immersed himself in the 9th star. He hoped to leave as soon as possible. A day after Lu Yin left Xenu Star, Wendy Yushan checked the Lockbreaker network and was surprised to see that there was a new star on Lu Yin's interface. It was so bright and dazzling. Wendy Yushan was shocked. He succeeded so quickly. She immediately paid some money to check Lu Yin's sourcebox catalog. There was only one lock-breaking video, and it was a video of Lu Yin unlocking the Earth-like sourcebox. Wendy recognized this sourcebox as she was the one who had given it away. Wendy looked at it for a long time before retracting her gaze. This person had really succeeded. She had thought that a newly certified lockbreaker like him would take at least a few months or even a year before he could successfully unlock a sourcebox. It seemed like this person was a genius in the field of lockbreaking. "Baser, immediately contact this lockbreaker called 7th Bro. I need to let him know of the Outerverse Youth Council's goodwill," Wendy ordered Baser. Baser immediately acted and contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was in outer space looking at a star chart when he heard his gadget beep. When he saw that it was Baser, his eyes turned cold, but he smiled and changed his voice. "Baser, what's up?" Oh, sorry to disturb you, Mr. Seventh Bro. I just wanted to ask if you've succeeded in unlocking the source box? Bazer's tone was much more respectful than before. Lu Yin grunted and then sternly asked, "What, do you want to take back what you obtained from unlocking the source box?" "Of course not, please don't misunderstand. I've already said that everything obtained from unlocking the source box belongs to you. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's decision as well as Counselor Puyu's." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Puyu?" Bazer replied, "Yes, Counselor Puyu. He's one of the highest-ranking counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council. This is his goodwill to you." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Puyu?" It seemed like this person was the one behind Bazer, and it was probably this person who had allowed Bazer to humiliate Lu Yin. Otherwise, Bazer wouldn't have needed to do that just because he had defeated Ghostfire. Ghostfire had also provoked Lu Yin and everything was related to Puyu. This person wanted Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin analyzed everything in an instant. "I understand. Counselor Puyu, right? I remember him." Bazer was delighted as this was exactly the effect that he had been hoping for. Puyu needed any lockbreaker who had made contributions, as such lockbreakers had limitless potential. Who knew when they would be able to bring them something good? "In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Seventh Bro any further." Lu Yin grunted and then ended the call. "Puyu." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was troublesome and he was on the same level as Wendy Yushan. He was definitely powerful, and if Lu Yin wanted to join the Outerverse Youth Council in the future, he would definitely run into Puyu. He had to be prepared. Traveling through outer space was an extremely tedious task. Although the sky was beautiful, it was also filled with danger. Half a month passed and Lu Yin had rearranged his route 6 times. Each time he had avoided danger ahead of time. Even so, he had almost been swallowed by a black hole that had suddenly appeared. That time, Lu Yin had almost been scared to death. If he had been swallowed, he would have died. His spacecraft was not strong enough to tear apart a black hole. Danger ahead. Rearranging route. Route updated successfully. A pleasant voice rang out. Lu Yin was astonished. Did he have to take a detour again? As he thought about it, he looked into the distance and his expression changed. Were those 2 people? Happy New Year's Eve. The 3rd update will be released at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 164. 2 figures crisscrossed through space, and then space began to violently collapse as planets shattered one after another. An indescribably terrifying attack swept past the spacecraft and into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked, but before he could think, the spacecraft began to shake violently. The battle between the two had created a strange vortex in space that the spacecraft could not escape and was sucked in. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, he was done for. He did not know how strong these 2 were, but every attack could easily shatter the spacecraft. And from the looks of it, they did not care about his life at all. Bang! A loud sound rang out in space, exceeding the limits of the spatial seal. Lu Yin almost fainted from the impact, and the surrounding planets began to shake as they were pulled towards the 2. The vortex grew larger and larger like a newly born galaxy. Lu Yin stared at the scene and felt dizzy, but then suddenly became clear again. Coincidentally, 8 planets were revolving around the 2 and being swallowed by the vortex. Lu Yin's spacecraft was the 9th. In that instant, Lu Yin calmed his heart, and the serious art began to circulate around his body. Soon a 9th star vaguely appeared. The planets began to crack and red magma and blue seawater began to evaporate into space. As the planets exploded, the void began to crack. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his lips began to bleed. He could not escape. 3 planets had already exploded, and the vortex was sweeping towards the 4th. He was not far from death. He watched as the 4th star exploded and the 2 were still fighting at the center. Lu Yin was sorrowful. He had activated the 9th star, but he did not even have a chance to use it before dying. The serious art slowly dissipated from his body, and the faintly visible 9th star broke away from the serious art the moment it dissipated. This was a result of Lu Yin's unstable state of mind, and he had not been able to control it. The perfect imitation of the 9 stars had begun to collapse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this. and he personally took control of the spacecraft and charged towards the center of the vortex at maximum speed. The spacecraft warned him of danger, but Lu Yin did not care and continued to charge forward. At the center of the battlefield, the two who had been fighting stopped and looked at the spacecraft strangely. They watched with interest, but they did not try to help or stop him. The vortex could be absorbed, but it could also be used to separate itself. It all depended on whether or not Lu Yin could control his meridians. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, with his connection to the ninth star, he was able to control the veins of the galaxy. The Aurora spacecraft borrowed the power of the vortex to escape the eighth star's explosion and was sent flying. Behind him, a planet exploded, causing the heavens to undulate. However, none of this had anything to do with Lu Yin, as he was already out of danger. Position shifted. Replanning route. Route setup successful. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. He hoped that he wouldn't encounter such a situation again, as it was too dangerous. Behind him, the two students were shocked. I didn't think that this brat would be able to escape. Based on the insignia on the spacecraft, it's from Astral 10. That academy has been quite lively lately. So what? From what I've heard, only 12 new students were recruited this time, and quite a few of them came from the Innerverse. They can be recalled with a single order. That academy has already completely declined. As long as the director returns to normal, no one will dare to have any ideas about Astral 10. That's true. Of the 10 deans of the Astral Combat Academy, that old guy is the most terrifying. As long as he returns to normal, no one will dare to provoke him. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. He touched something that he shouldn't have. It has nothing to do with us. The Astral Combat Tournament is approaching, so let's just watch. That brat isn't bad. He actually managed to escape. He was lucky. At least we didn't have to save him. Let's continue. I want to see how much you've improved over the past few hundred years. What a joke. When have you ever beaten me? Shameless. I only beat you once in the Cosmic Sea. Why don't you say that you beat me in the Neoverse as well? Don't try to deny it. You talk too much. Lu Yin's spacecraft continued to travel smoothly. Right in front of him, a large spacecraft was strangely parked in space. From a distance, the lights on the spacecraft were dazzling. However, everything changed when a smear of blood spilled onto the glass. Countless wails could be heard from the large spacecraft as blood flowed out from the gaps in the spacecraft, adding a touch of terror to the originally dark space. A few hours later, Lu Yin saw the large spacecraft and wondered why it was parked in space. Soon, Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw the blood spreading out from the spacecraft. Something was wrong. He stared at the spacecraft vigilantly, not daring to relax. A figure appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. It was a woman with long black and white hair that drooped down and dripped with blood. She held a red sword in her hand while countless corpses lay beneath her feet. Lu Yin knew how cruel the universe was, but he did not care about the corpses. Instead, he cared about the woman's black and white hair, which meant that she was from the Day-Night clan. When had another woman from the Day-Night clan appeared in the Outerverse? This clan was truly all-pervasive. Sensing Lu Yin's gaze, the woman turned around and shot him a cold glare. Lu Yin's heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? Cold, emotionless, despairing, remorseful, helpless, and yet there was also an unforgettable sadness. That complicated gaze was imprinted into Lu Yin's heart, and he would never forget it. The woman only glanced at Lu Yin before standing quietly in the spacecraft and looking into the distance. Nobody knew what she was thinking. At that moment, Lu Yin's spacecraft overtook the large spacecraft, and he saw a murderous symbol at the front of the spacecraft. It was the symbol of an interstellar pirate, and everyone in the spacecraft was an interstellar pirate. The Day-Night clan was a powerful clan in the universe, and they could not possibly be pirates. Did that mean that this woman had killed pirates? Although it was just a glance, Lu Yin was sure that aside from that woman, no one else had survived. What a murderous aura. Soon Lu Yin's spacecraft was far away and he could no longer see the large spacecraft. However, that woman's gaze left a deep impression on him. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a complicated gaze, and the sadness and helplessness in it had shocked him. He shook his head. It had nothing to do with him, and he had no right to interfere with the Day-Night clan's matters. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the serious art. He needed to stabilize his ninth star as soon as possible and perfect his serious art. This was something that he had risked his life to comprehend. Due to the constant changes in his itinerary, Lu Yin took more than 10 days to reach the umbral butterfly weave. Just as he arrived, Michelle appeared at Astral 10's trial zone entrance. After 2 months of Elder Kai's guidance, she wanted to challenge 100 victories in ported battles and enter the trial zones as soon as possible. Of the 12 new students, Schutz had the most victories aside from Lu Yin with a total of 52. Of course, he had also paid a heavy price for his victories, with a total of 237 defeats. He had challenged more ported battles than anyone else, and he had won more than 100 battles than Lu Yin. Schutz had been challenging ported battles before the new student competition, and the others had stopped long ago. It had not been easy for him to obtain 52 victories, and it had been mostly due to his battle experience and luck. Now Michelle had appeared. Her previous record had been 13 victories and 56 defeats. After she entered the teleportation stone's range, she only came out after a long time. The trial master opened his eyes. Michelle 17 victories and 57 defeats. Michelle 23 victories and 60 defeats. Michelle 39 victories and 65 defeats. Michelle 72 victories and 88 defeats. Michelle 93 victories and 98 defeats. When Michelle stepped into the teleportation stone's range again, Silver arrived at the trial zone entrance just in time to hear the trial master's results. He was astonished. It's only been 2 months, but she's improved so much. Should I call her a genius? When Michelle walked out again, the trial master opened his eyes and looked at her seriously. Michelle 99 victories and 99 defeats. Congratulations, student. You're only 1 victory away, Silver congratulated her with a smile. Michelle looked exhausted as she had spent several days at the trial zone entrance to reach her current results. It had been too difficult, but it also reflected the tutor's teaching ability. Thinking back to her 2 months of hard work, every mission had been the most effective training for her. As expected of an Astral Combat Academy tutor. However, Michelle still had her doubts, as the tutors of the other academies did not have such an effect. Astral 10's tutors seemed to be different from the others. She turned to Silver. Do you want to challenge? Silver smiled. You can go after you win 100 battles. Michelle did not refuse and stepped into the teleportation stone's range again. At the same time, Xia Luo arrived at the trial zone entrance and glanced at Silver. He walked over to the trial master and said something. The trial master nodded and pointed at the teleportation stone. Go to the trial zone. Xia Luo smiled and nodded. He walked over to the teleportation stone and waited for Michelle to walk out. Not long after, Michelle walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an excited expression. The trial master's aged voice rang out in her ears. Michelle 100 victories and 100 defeats. Xia Luo was astonished, but he quickly congratulated her. Michelle suppressed her excitement as she had finally won 100 battles. Although she was excited when she thought about how Lu Yin had already won 100 battles 2 months ago, she felt that she was much slower than him. However, her innate gift was destined to be extraordinary. If her sister could achieve that, then so could she. Silver stepped into the teleportation stone's range and Xia Luo watched him leave, deep in thought. Not too far away, Michelle walked up to the trial master and respectfully said, Tutor, I wish to enter the trial zone. The trial master nodded. All right, go in. Michelle was confused. Go in? Or? The trial master pointed behind him and sighed. None of you are enlightened. Michelle stretched her hand forward, exactly like what Lu Yin had done in the past. Her eyes flickered and she stepped in, disappearing from sight. Xia Luo's eyes lit up when he saw this. It was time for him to enter the trial zone. Michelle was no stranger to the trial zone mountain and she directly entered it. She closed her eyes and chose the 6th Tao of Purgatory. She had chosen the same path as Lu Yin, but the treatment was different. Lu Yin had been ridiculed and ambushed upon entering, but Michelle had been met with stunned gazes and enthusiastic introductions. Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've done my best and have been writing throughout the new year. I'll continue tomorrow. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 165. It had to be said that beauties had an advantage at certain times, and Michelle's outstanding appearance dazzled anyone who saw her. Few people in the trial zones were willing to have someone else appear beside them, but Michelle was not one of them. Michelle looked around and saw that everything around her was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory, the place where Astral SX's main forces gathered. She turned around and saw a towering black mountain range in the distance. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized it as Spear Mountain, the place where he had lost his life. Michelle pondered for a moment before heading towards Spear Mountain. Just as she got close, a black shadow suddenly attacked her. Michelle's expression changed and she instinctively retreated to avoid the attack. She looked up. War Spirit. Michelle knew more about the trial zones than Lu Yin, and she immediately prepared to fight the moment she saw the War Spirit. War spirits had no intelligence and could only fight when they encountered each other. Suddenly, danger descended, not from the War Spirit in front of her but from the other side. Michelle subconsciously activated her innate gift, and a red lotus bloomed beneath her feet as she disappeared from her original spot. A red lotus? 2 men and 2 women walked out from not far away. The leader was a young man, and he was looking at Michelle, who had appeared in the distance, with surprise. Michelle looked at the man in shock. She felt an extreme sense of danger from him. This man was very strong, very strong. He was strong enough to kill her easily. That was what Michelle felt at the moment. The War Spirit suddenly attacked the man, but he casually raised a hand and flicked his finger. There was a flash of light in the void and the War Spirit froze. The space around it collapsed and the War Spirit vanished along with it. Michelle's pupils shrank and she retreated a few more steps. She stared at the man in shock. He was too terrifying. He could tear through the void so easily. She was on a completely different level from him. Red Lotus, I remember that there's a Red Lotus witch bow in Astral 6. What's your relationship with her? The man asked curiously. Although the question was abrupt, his tone was gentle and he didn't seem overbearing. The 3 people behind him also looked at Michelle curiously. She's my sister, Michelle answered in a low voice. The man nodded. No wonder. I've seen her before. She's a very flirtatious woman. He then looked up and smiled at Michelle. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Lu Tang, the captain of the Spirit Hunters. Michelle was astonished. The Spirit Hunters were teams that specialized in hunting war spirits in the trial zones. Their purpose was unknown, but it was rumored that they were there to find out the truth of the trial zones, or perhaps to comprehend something. No one could say for sure, but one thing was clear. The Spirit Hunters were all very powerful. My name is Michelle. Lu Tang smiled again, nodded and turned to leave. Michelle watched as Lu Tang slowly left. She took a deep breath. She hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying person right after entering the trial zones. Lu Tang? Primeval surnames? At this moment another man appeared and walked up to Michelle. His eyes lit up as he said, You must be Michelle. Michelle stared at this person warily. This person was also very strong and had a hint of dominance. The man smiled. My name is Frankfurt, and I'm the area master of the Spear Mountain Range. Senior Mira helped me in the academy. Hello, Senior, Michelle said politely. Frankfurt waved his hand. You're welcome. Senior Mira has helped me a lot. Michelle, since you've come to the Spear Mountain Range, you should stay. You can comprehend some things here. Michelle shook her head. Thank you, Senior, but the Spear Mountain Range doesn't suit me. Frankfurt felt that it was a pity. That's true. You and Senior Mira both have the innate gift of the Red Lotus. In the entire Tao of Purgatory, the only place that suits you is the Heavenly Drum. Michelle nodded. The Heavenly Drum was the greatest place to gain insights and experience in the Tao of Purgatory. It was also where the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory resided, so it was the only place that suited her. By the way, Senior, have you heard of Lu Tang? Michelle suddenly asked. She was very interested in that person. Although they were both from the same generation, he was too strong. When he heard Lu Tang's name, Frankfurt's expression changed. How do you know him? Did Senior Mira tell you? Michelle shook her head. He was here just now. Frankfurt's expression darkened. These spirit hunters are still so unruly. This is Spear Mountain, my territory. He then looked at Michelle and asked, Lu Tang didn't do anything to you, did he? Michelle shook her head. Who is he? Is he also an area master? Frankfurt replied, he's not an area master, but he's definitely not weaker than any of them. He's a student of Astral too, and he's from the Sword Sect. Michelle's expression changed and she exclaimed, the Sword Sect. Frankfurt nodded solemnly. That's right. The Sword Sect's leader is the Lu family. They're an ancient family with a primeval surname that's viewed as an enemy by countless people in the universe. Lu Tang is from that family. You should know that one of the 10 arbiters also has the surname Lu, and he's also from the Sword Sect. Michelle did not ask any more questions. The words Sword Sect represented many things, and it was no wonder why she felt that the surname Lu was familiar. Her sister had once mentioned that one of the 10 arbiters had single-handedly flattened an entire weave with a single sword. He was unrivaled among the younger generation, and Lu Tang was from the same sect as that person. It was no wonder why he was so powerful. Michelle left as Spear Mountain no longer attracted her. She wanted to go to the Tao of Purgatory's most important training ground, the Heavenly Drum. Whoever occupied the Heavenly Drum would be the Realm Master. This statement represented the Heavenly Drum's status. He arrived at the Umbral Butterfly Weave, but he was still a few dozen realms away from his target, the planet where the giant tribe resided. A few days later, Xiao Luo completed his 100 victories at the Trial Zone entrance of Astral 10. He then followed the Trial Master's guidance into the Trial Zones. Not long after his success, Silver also completed his 100 victories and entered the Trial Zones with his trademark foxy grin. Xiao Luo entered the Tao of Heaven, which was where the powerhouses of Astral 5 resided. He was very lucky as this place was very close to his destination. In less than 3 hours he saw a gigantic spacecraft-like technological product inserted diagonally into the ground. This was the Tao of Heaven's machine mound, and the area master was named Xia Yi. Silver sat within the Trial Zone mountain and scanned his surroundings. When he saw Michelle and Xiao Luo in the distance, he sat down and leaned against the mountain wall. Which one is it? Let me think. Right, Astral 4. Astral 4 seems to be in the Tao of Slaughter. He closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, he had already arrived at the Tao of Slaughter. The stench of blood filled the air. What a good place, Silver sighed. He looked around and then headed in a certain direction. He had someone he needed to meet up with. I remember that it's in a training ground called the Ice Realm. It seems to be an area master. Interesting. I wonder if I can snatch that place. If Lu Yin knew how the three of them had been treated upon entering the trial zones, he would have been depressed. He had been ambushed the moment he had arrived, and in the end he had been killed by Frankfurt's spear. Each of them had been treated better than the other, and they all had area masters backing them up. This was fate. At this moment, Lu Yin felt rather melancholy as he looked at the giant planet in front of him. That was his destination, but he could not enter it. The Umbral Butterfly Weave was selecting elites for the Astral Combat Tournament, and the Astral Combat Academy was trying in vain to show their faces in the tournament. This giant planet was one of the Weave's training grounds, and it had all been sealed off just like Earth had been. Since he could not enter directly, he would have to use other methods. Lu Yin observed his surroundings and discovered that there were more spacecrafts entering from the right side of the trial zone. He immediately steered his spacecraft to the right and sent out a request to land. His spacecraft was a personal spacecraft that was very small and could only land on a large spacecraft. Generally, large spacecraft would not bother with him as no one would casually allow a stranger into their home. However, Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, and there was one that was willing to accept him. He was not afraid of any dangers, and he immediately charged towards the spacecraft. Amu was very distressed as he watched the giant planet grow closer and closer. His inner frustration and fear almost swallowed him whole. As the only male of the Umbral Butterfly clan, he was very sad. The Umbral Butterfly clan had their own unique abilities, but these innate gifts were not suitable for men. Thus he had been abandoned and rarely returned to the Umbral Butterfly clan. He had not wanted to participate in this Weave's trial, but perhaps the Umbral Butterfly clan wanted to eliminate him as an anomaly, so they had forced him to participate. He had just become a melder, and he was still far from the elites who dared to participate in the Weave's trial. How could he possibly complete the trial? Besides, he did not like fighting, he was just a civilian. Just as Amu was feeling depressed, he accidentally received a request to land on a spacecraft. He agreed without thinking about it. This was the Umbral Butterfly Weave, and no one would dare to do anything to a spacecraft from the Umbral Butterfly clan. However, he regretted it the moment he agreed. Could it be that the clan could not wait and wanted to eliminate him in advance? Amu immediately closed the entry channel, but it was too late. The spacecraft had already charged in as if it had been injected with stimulants. Was it that impatient? Amu's face went pale as he waited for his death. Lu Yin set up the spacecraft and then entered the large spacecraft through the passageway. Strangely, there were not many people on this spacecraft. After searching for a while, he arrived at the command room. There were only a few people there and all of them had gloomy expressions. It was as if their fathers had died. "You're here to kill me, right? Do it," Amu's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked over and saw a pale, thin youth looking at him bitterly with a face full of despair. "What, you don't want to be seen?" Amu then dismissed the others. These people had been sent by the Umbral Butterfly clan to take care of him. Although he had been abandoned by the Umbral Butterfly clan, the Umbral Butterfly clan would not go overboard on the surface to avoid giving others the impression that they were bullying the weak. "Can you do it now? Do it. If I die, a lot of people will be able to relax." Amu's voice grew hoarse and his eyes dimmed. Lu Yin frowned and approached him step by step. As Lu Yin drew closer, Amu's heartbeat sped up, and the fear of death enveloped him. His face went pale and his lips trembled. Wait. Can you tell me who sent you before I die?" Lu Yin sneered. "Do you really want to die?" Amu's eyes widened. "I don't want to die, but..." Amu lost all his strength and slumped into his chair. "I can't resist. I can spare your life," Lu Yin said. Amu's eyes lit up and he stared at Lu Yin. "What did you say? You won't kill me?" Lu Yin nodded. "I won't kill you, but I have a condition. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow the wind, I'll continue writing. Tomorrow will be the 3rd update. Happy New Year, thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 166. What are your conditions? Amu was excited. No one wanted to die and he was no exception. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would grab it. "It's very simple. Take me in." Lu Yin pointed at the giant planet that was gradually appearing in front of them. Amu turned around in surprise. "You want to enter the giant planet?" Lu Yin nodded. "What do you think? That's my condition." "You're not here to kill me?" Amu was speechless. He wasn't stupid and he knew that he had been overthinking things. Lu Yin looked at Amu and his gaze turned cold. "Of course not, but if you don't take me in, then that might not be the case." Amu was intimidated by Lu Yin and quickly agreed. "Alright, I'll take you in. You're not from the Umbral Butterfly Weave? How do you know?" Lu Yin was curious. Amu replied, "Because the Astral Combat Tournament is about to begin. Anyone from the Umbral Butterfly Weave can participate in the Weave's trial unconditionally as long as they're from the younger generation. If you can't enter, then that means that you're not from the Umbral Butterfly Weave." Lu Yin smiled, but he didn't say anything. Although Amu was ostracized by the Umbral Butterfly clan, he was still a true member of the clan and had an extraordinary status. The fact that his clan's name could dominate the Weave showed just how powerful the Umbral Butterfly clan was. Amu was quickly allowed to enter, and even his request to take Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared, was also allowed. No one cared. "Hey, can you take me with you?" Amu asked Lu Yin just before they entered the giant planet. Lu Yin laughed. "Do you think I'll let you leave?" Amu was stunned, but then he smiled awkwardly. That was right, he was a hostage and this person was afraid that he would report to the powerhouses monitoring the trial after leaving. "You'll sit in the same spacecraft as me," Lu Yin ordered. Amu nodded and squatted down on the spacecraft. This personal spacecraft was very small and it was fortunate that Amu was thin and weak. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to fit in it. As for Lu Yin's spacecraft, he left it where it was. It had the Astral 10 insignia on it, which was too conspicuous. As the spacecraft trembled, the scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes rapidly changed. Dozens of spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere and landed on the giant planet, creating craters and creating shockwaves. This scene made Lu Yin sigh with emotion. Back then he had faced the trial as a native, but this time it was the other way around. He was about to appear as an invader, which made him feel rather conflicted. Everyone's landing spot was random, and Lu Yin's spacecraft had crashed into a cliff, shattering it and causing the ground to shake and dust to fill the air. When the dust settled, what appeared in front of them was the mouth of a beast filled with huge sharp teeth. It was biting the outer shell of the spaceship and letting out a loud roar. Lu Yin checked his gadget and was surprised to see a power level of 2,800. A beast with sentinel strength? Not bad. Amu was afraid. This is a weave trial and it's very difficult. It's filled with blood and the giant planet is famous for being a planet of death in our domain. I think we should stay in the spacecraft. There shouldn't be any creatures around that can destroy the spacecraft. Lu Yin expanded his gadget's scanning range. The strongest power level in the area was 5,900, which was close to the peak of the Melder realm. There was no threat to him, so he opened the hatch and threw Amu out under his horrified gaze. He then kicked the beast. The beast was sent flying by Lu Yin's kick, and its huge body sent shockwaves flying as it crashed into the forest in the distance. Lu Yin was about to speak to Amu when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked into the distance and his eyes widened. That wasn't a forest but grass. Lu Yin looked around in amazement and then soared into the sky. Sure enough, the jade-green plants in the distance were grass, and this place wasn't a cliff. It was just a slope. They landed in a patch of grass, but the grass was a little too large for their liking. Amu walked over with a bitter expression. Did you notice? This is a giant planet and everything is incomparably huge. What you just kicked wasn't a giant beast but an insect. We humans are even smaller than insects on this planet and we're at the bottom of the food chain. Lu Yin sighed. The universe is amazing, there are all kinds of planets. He suddenly recalled the description of the giants on the giant planet. They had sharp mouths, monkey cheeks, bald heads, long arms and forests growing out of their backs. Their entire bodies were green and their eyes were filled with black threads. They weren't humans at all but rather humanoid beasts. It was only because they resembled humans that they were called giants. Let's stay here until the trial ends. This planet is really terrifying and it often produces space-exploring powerhouses. There are a few explorers stationed outside the planet to keep watch. We won't be able to complete this mission, Amu said, trembling. He was truly afraid. Lu Yin was curious. What's your mission? Amu was terrified. Hunting the giant emperor. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, I want to hunt one as well. Scope. Where did... Amu had a bad premonition. Lu Yin was excited. Hunting the giant emperor. Amu lost all his strength. I'm not going. The giant emperor is a peak limiter, and it has a high chance of breaking through to the explorer realm. No matter how many people there are, it won't be enough. I'm not going. Lu Yin raised his voice and glared at Amu. What did you say? Say it again. Amu begged. Please let me go. I won't go, I won't follow you anymore. I'll die. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone about you. I swear you can leave on your own. Lu Yin clenched his fists and casually waved his hand. The wind from his palm formed a huge shockwave that tore through the ground. The ground in front of Amu's eyes was cut into two halves, and even the void was distorted. Amu's mouth fell open as he stared blankly. He then looked at Lu Yin. Brother, let's go hunt the giant emperor. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Remember, listen to everything I say. You can express your opinions, but it's up to me whether I listen or not. Amu forced a smile. Yes, whatever you say. Everything on the giant planet was new to Lu Yin. Over the past 2 days they had encountered countless giant insects. Some had attacked them while others had been gentle. Lu Yin was like an executioner slaughtering many of the insects along the way. Amu was terrified when he saw this. 2 days later the two of them saw their first giant. Just like the pictures they had seen on the internet, the giants only had the physique of a human. Everything else about them looked like wild beasts, especially the forest on their backs. It's said that after a giant is born, they immediately cover their backs with clay and plant trees. As they grow, the forest will become denser and denser. This is used for defense and their backs are their weakness, Amu slowly explained. Lu Yin didn't care about any weaknesses. A mere Melder realm giant was slapped down by his palm and landed in front of it. The giant was savage and its teeth were as sharp as a wild beast's. Lu Yin frowned as he couldn't communicate with it. Furthermore, the giant's eyes didn't seem intelligent. It's impossible to communicate. Giants are actually wild beasts. They eat everything on this planet and they fight based on their instincts. They live in tribes and the strongest giant is the leader. The strongest of the entire giant tribe is the giant emperor. The giant emperor is intelligent and the rest of the giants only act based on their instincts, Amu explained. Lu Yin was surprised. You know quite a bit. Amu forced a smile. It can't be helped. I've been preparing since the moment I found out about the Weave's trial. Actually, it's very safe for us to stay here. This grassland is the least dangerous place and I've done my research. Before Amu could finish, there was a loud bang as the giant was knocked unconscious by Lu Yin. What did you say? Nothing, brother. We can set off now, Amu said eagerly. Lu Yin grunted. Since you've studied the giant planet, you should have some understanding of the giant tribes. Lead the way. I want to find the giant emperor as soon as possible. Amu felt bitter. That was the giant emperor they were talking about. Just hearing those 3 words was enough to make him tremble. Now he actually had to face it head-on. The person next to him was too terrifying. Could it be that the umbral butterfly tribe had sent him here to kill him? That was possible. A few more days passed and the two finally left the grassland and appeared in a boundless forest. Every tree in the forest reached into the clouds, and Lu Yin once again sighed at the wonders of the universe. In the distance, several figures approached. Amu subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared ahead and saw 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. When they saw Lu Yin and Amu, they were stunned as they probably hadn't expected to bump into each other. Amu. The woman was shocked. The other 4 also looked at Amu in shock. Amu's expression changed and he lowered his head slightly. Lu Yin was puzzled. You know him? Amu grunted, but he didn't say anything. The woman who had spoken first sized Amu up and then looked at Lu Yin with a mocking gaze. Another one who wants to curry favor with the umbral butterfly tribe. He doesn't even know who he's dealing with. Lu Yin was puzzled. One of the men spoke up. Brother, you're trying to get close to the umbral butterfly tribe, right? Amu is indeed a member of the umbral butterfly tribe, but he's the only male in the tribe and has been abandoned. I advise you to stay away from him, or else you won't be able to get close to the umbral butterfly tribe. You might even be viewed as an enemy. Lu Yin looked at Amu with interest. He was suddenly interested in the umbral butterfly tribe. They had named a weave after their tribe, which showed just how glorious they were. Furthermore, it seemed that there were no males in this tribe, which was interesting. Amu felt Lu Yin's gaze and said in a low voice, "They're my classmates. We all landed in this area, but no one wants to team up with me. I'm not interested in that. Tell me about the umbral butterfly tribe. Are there really no males in this tribe? Then how do they reproduce?" Lu Yin was very curious. Lu Yin's question was very rude. If the person standing in front of him wasn't Amu but someone else from the umbral butterfly tribe, they definitely wouldn't be polite to him. However, Amu was an exception as he had been abandoned by the umbral butterfly tribe. The umbral butterfly tribe doesn't just refer to a normal human race. It's a general name for the inheritors of a bloodline, and they inherit the bloodline of an ancient umbral butterfly powerhouse. This bloodline can be bestowed, and the woman who receives it is a member of the umbral butterfly tribe, Amu explained. It's New Year and I wish all my brothers a happy New Year. From the Supreme Throne to the Star Treader realm, I've never stopped updating for a single day. On the first day of the new year, Windborn will also be writing for the sake of updating. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 167. Just like the Day-Night clan, the Mavis clan and the Phoenix clan, they had all inherited the outstanding bloodlines of their ancient ancestors. Human inheritance passed down from one generation to the next, and everything from the previous generation was stored in the genes of the cells that multiplied. Descendants who retained the genes of their ancient ancestors could easily obtain great power. This inherited power was also a type of innate gift that could be developed together, just like the Phoenix clan's immortal bird. This umbral butterfly clan was clearly in the same category, but they could not compare to a powerful Immerse clan like the Phoenix clan. Many powerhouses waited until they were at their strongest before reproducing. This was so that they could preserve as much of their own power as possible so that the next generation would have a better starting point. Countless years later, a powerful clan might be born. Your umbral butterfly clan has preserved the bloodline of some ancient powerhouse and then reproduced with that bloodline as the core, right? That means that you're not really related by blood, Lu Yin said. Amu shook his head. No, we're related by blood. As long as we inherit the ancient bloodline, our own blood will be replaced. Our entire umbral butterfly clan is the closest blood relative. At this point, Amu suddenly lowered his head and sadly said, except for me. Why? Lu Yin was puzzled. Amu's tone was gloomy. My mother was chosen to be a member of the umbral butterfly clan. Because of a mistake, she was pregnant with my bloodline. The umbral butterfly clan only chooses pure young girls, but my mother made a mistake and gave birth to me. That's why I'm the only male in the umbral butterfly clan, and I'm not a pure bloodline member. Lu Yin patted Amu's shoulder sympathetically. He could imagine how miserable this guy had been in the umbral butterfly clan. He was basically being used as a negative example by an entire clan. What about your mother? She passed away not long after I was born, Amu said in a low voice. It was obvious that he did not want to talk about this matter. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions and instead looked around. After a while, Amu said, sorry, I told you something unrelated. Lu Yin casually replied, the umbral butterfly clan must be very strong for them to be able to name this weave. Amu's expression changed and he nodded. Very strong. They can absorb the power of nearby plants to strengthen themselves, which is equivalent to stacking a lot of power onto themselves. Every member of the umbral butterfly clan is very difficult to defeat at the same level. The more plants there are, the stronger the umbral butterfly clan members. Cheating! Lu Yin exclaimed. Amu smiled wryly. This is the umbral butterfly tribe. Their weaves are named after their tribe and no one dares to challenge them. Even the surrounding weaves don't dare to provoke them. Amu then looked at Lu Yin. I remember that your spacecraft has the symbol of Astral 10 carved on it. What a coincidence, the umbral butterfly tribe's strongest young mistress, Angie, is in Astral 7. You two are classmates. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Was he imagining things? He could clearly see Amu's gloating eyes. But then again, the Astral Combat Academy was truly a gathering of freaks. Not only were there geniuses from the various powerful clans and organizations of the Immerse, but there was also the strongest descendant of an organization like the Outerverse Umbral Butterfly Tribe. Although it was rare for the Outerverse 72 weaves to produce geniuses that could not be understood, it was still normal for a few geniuses to appear. These geniuses were already troublesome enough, but with the addition of those from the Immerse, the Astral Combat Tournament was going to be very lively. Honestly, I don't believe that the umbral butterfly tribe's ability to absorb plant energy has no upper limit. If that's the case, then they can even invade the Immerse, Lu Yin said. Amu was helpless. That's the truth. Of course, they can't absorb all plants. They can't absorb plants that are too strong, but this limit doesn't make much of a difference. After all, there are only a few powerful plants, and as the umbral butterfly tribe grows stronger, they will eventually be able to absorb plants as well. The further they grow, the greater their potential will be. What a troublesome tribe. This was Lu Yin's impression of the umbral butterfly tribe. Half a day later, the two of them saw smoke coming from a tall forest. Smoke meant that there were people nearby, and the two of them quickly rushed over. Not long after, they passed through a huge forest and saw a tribe of giants. Amu almost peed his pants when he saw a scene. More than 10 giants were tearing apart trial takers, and the two of them arrived just in time to see a male trial taker being torn apart by a giant. Blood splattered all over the ground. That man was one of the trial takers they had met earlier. There had been 4 men and 1 woman, but now they only saw the woman being toyed with by a small giant. The rest of the trial takers had long since been buried in the blood-soaked soil. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Amu trembled in fear and his face paled. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as the small giant viciously pinched the woman. She could no longer scream, and her expression was one of extreme pain. Just as the small giant was about to crush the woman, his head fell off, and his huge body slowly toppled over as blood gushed out like a waterfall. Lu Yin appeared high up in the sky and disappeared with flash, reappearing right in front of another giant. The giant didn't even have time to react before his skull was shattered by Lu Yin's palm. The giant's eyes widened and then turned ashen as he died. The other giants furiously attacked Lu Yin. One of them was a Lemmeter, and he viciously swatted at the void, causing a huge shockwave to sweep out for 1,000 meters. Even Amu was sent flying. Lu Yin raised his palm and a 9th star vaguely appeared. Sirius's 9 stars merged into one, forming a star system. The palm tore through the shockwave created by the Lemmeter giant and slammed into the giant's chest. The void distorted and then collapsed as the Lemmeter giant was torn in half by Lu Yin's palm. It died on the spot, and its blood splashed into the forest like a tsunami, extinguishing the flames. The other giants fled in fear, but Lu Yin didn't let them go. He flashed continuously, killing a total of more than 10 giants. Lu Yin could tolerate the weak being killed, but seeing them being toyed with made him feel stifled. Humans were the wisest of all creatures, and their dignity couldn't be trampled on. Amu vomited. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Lu Yin stepped on the blood-soaked soil and walked over to the woman's side, squatting down. The woman's injuries were too severe and her body had almost been crushed. She had no hope of surviving, and when she saw Lu Yin she painfully said, "According to the diagonal directions of the stone house, I can find the giant emperor. The giant emperor is in the center of all the tribes. Please kill me." Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the woman was killed, ending her pain. Lu Yin stood up and looked around. The stone house that the giants lived in was huge and it looked very crude. There were many white bones hanging from it, and the main doors weren't facing the same direction. Instead they were spread out in a fan shape with all the corners facing southeast. Lu Yin formed a diagram in his mind. With the giant emperor as the center, all the giants spread out in a circle. The way to find the giant emperor was to follow the diagonal directions of the stone house. The giants didn't have much intelligence and they mostly acted on instinct. This method was simple. Amu peeked out from behind a large tree, and when he saw Lu Yin standing in the blood-soaked soil, he suppressed his disgust and shouted, "Let's go." Lu Yin waved at him and then rushed towards the southeast. Amu hurriedly followed. If Amu had wanted to separate from Lu Yin before, then he didn't want to leave Lu Yin at all now. It was too terrifying and the fate of those people had completely terrified him. They had been his classmates and now they would never be able to return. In the distance, a huge crater appeared in one of the giant tribes. The spacecraft had fallen and crashed into the tribe, killing several giants. Inside the spacecraft, the trial taker stared at the power level displayed on his gadget in fear. Several Lemmeters had appeared around him and he didn't dare to go out. The giants were also terrified of the spacecraft and they didn't approach it either. Time passed and just as the giants were about to dig out the spacecraft, several trial takers appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. Those who dared to participate in the Weave's trial were all at least Melders, and one of them was even a Lemmeter student. He killed 2 Lemmeters by himself and wiped out the entire tribe. Inside the spacecraft, the trial takers still didn't dare to come out. They glanced at each other with disdain, observed the direction of the stone house and then flew off into the distance. The giant planet was huge and the giants were just one of many species. All of the trial takers' spacecraft landed in the giants' territory, and it didn't take long for the entire place to descend into chaos as the giants and trial takers began to madly clash. From a bird's eye view, the entire giant territory was in chaos. The central region where the giant emperor resided was no exception. A few unlucky spacecraft crashed right in front of the giant emperor. The giant emperor's terrifying peak Lemmeter strength and intelligent eyes almost scared the trial takers to death. Ordinary giants didn't have intelligence, but the giant emperor did. Having intelligence and not having intelligence were two completely different concepts. The trial takers' spacecraft were very sturdy and even Lemmeters couldn't damage them. The moment they saw the giant emperor, those unlucky fellows decided not to leave until the trial ended. However, they had underestimated the giant emperor's intelligence. He grabbed a spacecraft and shook it with all his might, shattering the trial takers inside into pieces. This scene caused the other trial takers' souls to leave their bodies, and they immediately opened the doors to escape. Unfortunately, they were easily killed by the giant emperor, one slap for each. The giant emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at the spacecraft on the ground. The battles between the trial takers didn't stop either. For example, Amu had somehow managed to survive until now. He was ridiculed by every trial taker he met, and his situation was 100 times worse than Lu Yin's when he had first entered the trial zones. This time he had even attracted murderous intent. 3 trial takers surrounded Lu Yin and Amu. They didn't speak, but the icy killing intent in their eyes couldn't be concealed. They were all melders, but their strength couldn't compare to Jerbaka's. Lu Yin didn't mind, but he was curious as to why Amu attracted so much hatred. When he saw Lu Yin's strange gaze, Amu bitterly replied, "I've already said that I'm different from the rest of the umbral butterfly tribe. Many people in the tribe want me to disappear and they think that I've insulted the tribe." With a whoosh, the 3 attacked at the same time, avoiding Lu Yin and directly attacking Amu. Amu was very weak, and he couldn't even compare to Lu Yin when he had activated 5 stars. He was only slightly stronger than an elite sentinel from the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, so he couldn't block the 3's attacks. He didn't even plan on resisting. The 3 attacked quickly, but they retreated even faster. Lu Yin easily tossed them aside. "Let's go." Amu nodded silently. Over the course of 10 days, the 2 of them discovered several tribes and encountered more than 10 trial takers. It was just like the teams of the strongest students from the academies during Earth's trial. At this moment, most of the trial takers who dared to head towards the giant emperor had formed teams, and they were all powerhouses. Lu Yin had even discovered more than 10 melders who were comparable to Yu Academy's Hall Masters. Happy New Year. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 168. Although the umbral butterfly weave was small, the overall strength of the younger generation far surpassed that of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin didn't find this strange, as the Great Yu Empire only occupied a third of the Frostwave Weave's territory. However, when it came to power, the umbral butterfly weave was far behind the Great Yu Empire. Wendy Yushan alone was enough to suppress the umbral butterfly weave, and Lu Yin didn't believe that the umbral butterfly weave had a monster like her. There are more and more Lemeters in the tribe. It looks like the giant emperor isn't far off. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the 4 dead Lemeters in front of him. Amu was terrified. They actually killed 4 Lemeters. The weave's trial takers are truly terrifying. Lu Yin shook his head. It's nothing. The giants only have the strength and star energy of a Lemeter, but they can't use it. They can only display it in terms of power level. They're not even as strong as a normal melder from the Astral Combat Academy. Amu was speechless. Compared to the Astral Combat Academy, this was too unfair to the giants. They hadn't gone far when Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. The ground trembled and he soared into the sky to look into the distance. His face then paled. "Get up, an ant swarm is passing by." Amu was shocked. "An ant swarm? Get up a tree." Lu Yin barked. Amu looked into the distance. Compared to when he had first seen the giants, he wasn't afraid at all. Lu Yin thought that Amu was scared out of his wits and immediately grabbed him to fly up. "There's no need. The ant swarm won't hurt me." Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. "Won't hurt you? Do you think you're an ant queen?" Amu smiled. "It's my innate gift. Creatures like ants won't hurt me." At that moment, the ground trembled even more violently. In the distance, giant trees collapsed as the ant swarm passed by, leaving not a single blade of grass alive. This was a giant planet, and the ants were even larger than humans. The majestic ant swarm dyed the horizon black, and Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. He immediately soared into the sky. As for Amu, Lu Yin didn't care if he wanted to die, and Lu Yin was secretly looking forward to seeing his innate gift. Innate gifts came in all shapes and sizes, and it wasn't strange to have any kind of innate gift. The ant swarm arrived like a black flood that swallowed the forest. Lu Yin looked at Amu, who was still as calm as ever. When the ant swarm appeared in front of Amu, Lu Yin was stunned. The swarm had actually stopped and they really hadn't harmed Amu. Even Lu Yin found it difficult to deal with such a huge swarm of ants. Even though each ant was only a sentinel, there were just too many of them. Sometimes, when a certain number of ants reached a certain level, a qualitative change would occur. Seventh bro, the ants told me that the giant emperor ran away and that it's not in the central region. Amu shouted from below. Lu Yin had allowed him to call him seventh bro as he liked it when people called him that. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and he landed 100 meters away from the ant colony. He looked at Amu strangely. What did you say? The giant emperor ran away? Amu replied, the ants said that the giant emperor ran away a few days ago. How would the ant colony know? And you can understand ants? I can understand. This is my innate gift. The giant emperor has something very important to the ant colony. Now that it's in the northwest, the giant emperor must have run away, Amu said confidently. Lu Yin was conflicted. Was Amu lying because he was afraid of going to the central region? Amu knew what Lu Yin was thinking and said, seventh bro, it's true. Even if we go to the central region now, it's useless. The giant emperor isn't there. Lu Yin made up his mind. Alright, I'll trust you this time. But if I find out that you're lying, I'll throw you back into the tribe. Amu was afraid and hurriedly said, no, I'm definitely not lying. Amu's ability to communicate with the ants shocked Lu Yin, but what surprised him even more was that this guy could actually get the ants to carry them. They didn't need to run and they could just ride the ants to find the giant emperor. Lu Yin sized up Amu. What a talent. At the trial zone entrance of Astral 10, Dark Void passed by the trial master and entered the trial zone mountain. He had also completed 100 victories, which was the first step that Shamrock Enterprises had asked him to take. Sitting in the trial zone mountain, Dark Void did not hesitate to choose the Tao of Heaven. This had been arranged by Shamrock Enterprises since their area master was in the Tao of Heaven. After Dark Void's 100 victories, it was Hui Day Knight's turn. The Day Knight clan's disciples were absolute geniuses no matter where they went, and when combined with the Day Knight clan's battle techniques, they were practically invincible. However, in Astral 10, Hui Day Knight's ranking was only average at best, which was unimaginable in the other academies. The humiliation that Hui Day Knight felt was incomprehensible. Hui Day Knight chose the Tao of Slaughter. One of his clan members was an area master here, and he wanted to catch up to the rest of Astral 10 and take the leader's position. The Day Knight clan could not fall behind. 6 people had already entered the trial zone, and aside from Lu Yin, the others all had area masters backing them up. It had to be said that having a backer was very important. Everything in the Tao of Slaughter was blood red, and it gave off a stifling feeling. When Hui Day Knight first entered the trial zone, no one dared to provoke him because of his black and white hair. However, while he was searching for his clan member Tiankong Knight, he heard a piece of news that made him very unhappy. Astral Exis Tao of Purgatory's area master Sharon had said that he would protect Lu Yin. Lu Yin was Astral 10's leader and was much stronger than Hui Day Knight, but he had no backer and was like a rat on the streets in the trial zone. This was one of the reasons why Hui Day Knight was confident that he could surpass Lu Yin, but Sharon had actually said that he would protect Lu Yin. Hui Day Knight found a student who was training in the Tao of Slaughter. Speak, why is Sharon protecting Lu Yin? The student who had been stopped looked at Hui Day Knight's hair and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. I'm not sure, but some people say that Sharon is Lu Yin's older brother. Hui Day Knight stopped another student who replied, it seems that Lu Yin and Sharon grew up together. Sharon has said that he won't rest until he kills anyone who dares to hurt Lu Yin. I heard that Lu Yin is a disciple of an extremely powerful clan in the Innerverse, and Sharon is his protector. Lu Yin? Who? The one who flirted with Shiyu? Bastard, I'll definitely kill him. How dare he flirt with my Shiyu? What? Sharon said that he would protect him? Oh, that's just a misunderstanding. Brother Lu Yin is an open and upright person, generous and polite. How could he flirt with Shiyu? Lu Yin? He's the son of the Lockbreaker Society's president, Jeffrey. Do you think Sharon wouldn't protect him? Veins popped out on Hui Day Knight's forehead. He had heard many answers, but none of them were repeated or reliable. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that Lu Yin was definitely not an ordinary Outerverse citizen. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker and Dao Bo stood behind him. Could Dao Bo be protecting Lu Yin? The more Hui Day Knight thought about it, the uglier his expression became. He felt that it would be very difficult for him to catch up to Lu Yin. This guy was definitely not simple. Lu Yin, who was sitting on an ant's back, didn't know that Karen's words had caused him to become a celebrity once again. The matter of him flirting with Xiyu had also been brought up, but because of Sharon no one dared to cause trouble for him. Lu Yin didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, but in any case he wouldn't be able to rely on that matter to make a fortune. The ant was very fast but its back was unusually stable. Lu Yin almost fell asleep while sitting on it. After an unknown amount of time he suddenly opened his eyes and looked behind him. He didn't know when a woman had started following them, but she was also sitting on an ant's back. Her long black hair was rather eye-catching. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the day-night woman he had seen in outer space, the one who had slaughtered an entire interstellar pirate ship. Why was she on the planet? She also didn't have any aura on her body. If not for his intuition he wouldn't have noticed her existence. Amu, when did that woman follow us? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Amu was puzzled. What woman? Lu Yin was speechless. He hadn't noticed her even now. Amu turned around and was stunned. Seventh bro, it's a day-night woman. There's a day-night woman here. I know, Lu Yin replied before turning back to look at the woman. She looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. This time he didn't see any grief or regret in her eyes. Instead he saw only calmness and indifference. Amu was clearly frightened. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe and they were a terrifying clan in the Innerverse. The arrival of any of their members was enough to cause chaos. He had never imagined that someone would suddenly appear behind him while he was sleeping, and that red sword had almost scared him to death. Seventh bro, what should we do? That woman won't try to kill us, right? Let's run, Amu said fearfully. Lu Yin frowned. Ask your aunt when she arrived. Amu grunted and lowered his head to approach the ant. Very quickly, Amu looked up as if he had seen a ghost and whispered, Seventh bro, the ant doesn't know. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman had perfectly concealed her aura. His invisible aura technique could conceal his power level, but this woman had even erased her own existence. The ant had no idea that there was someone on its back. What a terrifying technique. Lu Yin suddenly thought back to Earth's trial, when Zhang Dingtian had been assassinated by Silver. Back then Zhang Dingtian had almost died, and they had all thought that Silver had concealed his power level, which was why Zhang Dingtian hadn't been able to sense him. However, that wasn't the case. Zhang Dingtian had a warrior's intuition, but he still hadn't been able to sense Silver's presence. He had only been able to dodge that fatal blow by relying on his instincts. Lu Yin turned around and stared at the woman. Who are you? Why are you following us? The day-night woman didn't speak and she just sat there indifferently. Lu Yin's brows rose. You're from the Day-Night clan. I know Hui Day-Night. The woman still didn't respond and she just sat there with a calm expression. No, rather than being calm, it was more accurate to say that she didn't care. She didn't care about Lu Yin or anything else around her. Lu Yin turned around. Although he had been ignored, he had just proven one thing. His invisible aura technique was effective. This woman couldn't sense his power through his invisible aura technique, or else she wouldn't have acted like this. Lu Yin was confident that there were very few melders who could defeat him. His power was at the top of the melders in the universe and he wouldn't be underestimated. This woman's indifference only proved that she couldn't see through him. That was good, as he didn't have a habit of revealing everything. The ant colony continued to head northwest. Third update. Happy New Year and may all your wishes come true. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 169. Far to the southeast of them was the center of the giant tribe. A black-robed man stood there quietly, surrounded by hundreds of giants. The sky was dyed red with blood. Not far away, a Lemmeter giant knelt on the ground and stared at the black-robed man in fear, trembling. The black-robed man looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that quickly returned to normal and returned to human eyes. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize these eyes as the same scarlet vertical eye that he had obtained from Silver. No earthling would ever forget these eyes. They were the eyes of a zombie. The black-robed man walked to the giant's side. Take me to the giant emperor. The giant trembled as it lay down. When the black-robed man climbed onto its back, it immediately began to sprint northwest. In outer space, one of the surveillance cameras on the giant planet was completely empty. What's going on? Why did the surveillance cameras in the center of the giant tribe disappear? I'm sorry, my lord. The battle must have caused the surveillance cameras to be destroyed. That's impossible. Even the giant emperor can't destroy the surveillance cameras. How can those trial students do it? I'm sorry, we'll immediately investigate the cause. Another 5 days passed, making it 20 days since Lu Yin and Ayin had arrived on the giant planet. They were still riding on the backs of ants, and the day-night woman was following them for some unknown reason. A short distance to the northwest of Lu Yin's group was a huge swamp filled with countless venomous creatures that emitted hair-raising sounds. The giant emperor's towering figure appeared, and it leapt into the swamp before slowly sinking into the ground. The creatures in the swamp were alarmed. One after another, the terrifying creatures let out cries. Strange, colorful gases spread across the sky. It took a long time for the swamp to return to normal. At this point, the giant emperor had already disappeared. Only the giant footprints outside the swamp proved that he had been here. When the ant colony arrived, the giant emperor's footprints were still clearly visible. When the ant colony approached the swamp, they all rushed in, leaving Lu Yin, Amu, and the day-night woman behind. Lu Yin was delighted. The giant emperor was indeed here. He turned to look at Amu, only to find him dispirited and listless. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin was puzzled. Although there was poisonous gas here, it shouldn't be able to harm a melder. Amu smiled bitterly and pointed around. This is a swamp and the gas is harmful to the plants. Even if we umbral butterfly tribe members don't use battle techniques, our bodies still slowly absorb the power of the surrounding plants. Our absorption of poisonous gas is 10 or even 100 times that of normal people. Lu Yin was puzzled. Does that mean that if I wanted to attack the umbral butterfly tribe, I only would poison? Amu looked at Lu Yin's eyes and thought, I haven't, which is why I'm like this. Lu Yin looked at Amu and fell into deep thought. Even if the members of the umbral butterfly tribe cultivated battle techniques that could prevent them from becoming as dispirited as Lu Yin was, they would still not be able to obtain the power of plants from the outside world. They would be no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder why this tribe could only remain in the outerverse despite their powerful innate gifts. Their weakness was too obvious. Looks like the giant emperor is in this swamp. Amu, you trial takers should have a local area network, right? Lu Yin asked. He remembered that Earth's trial takers had one, but they would have to wait for 2 months before they could find out where the others were. Yes, but I never said anything in there, Amu said, looking at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Announce the giant emperor's whereabouts. Amu was shocked. What? Announce the giant emperor's whereabouts? Lu Yin nodded. Announce it. This swamp is dark and gloomy, and it'll be difficult for the two of us to find the giant emperor. It'll be more efficient if everyone works together. Amu couldn't understand this person. There was only one giant emperor, and if everyone knew about it, would it even be his turn? So this was good news for him. He hadn't wanted to complete this mission in the first place, so announcing the giant emperor's whereabouts meant that he wouldn't have to do anything. Furthermore, he would be rewarded for it and it would be safer with more people. All right, I'll announce it right away, Amu said excitedly as he activated his gadget. Suddenly, the day-night lady slashed her sword at Amu. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he acted at the same time. He raised his hand and unleashed the Sky Beast Claw. The 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw caused the void to reverberate with a beastly roar. Amu instantly froze, and sparks flew as the red sword collided with the Sky Beast Claw. The air rippled as Amu was pushed away by a powerful force. Lu Yin and the day-night lady stepped forward at the same time, and each of them sent out a palm strike. Lu Yin didn't hold back and used his 9 stacks shockwave palm, but the day-night lady's palm strike was also very terrifying. It illuminated the entire swamp, and it was clearly a battle technique of the day-night clan. When the two palms collided, they could clearly feel the void tremble. The ground, the air, and everything else trembled. Amu's heart raced and he instinctively crouched down. The next moment, a shockwave spread out in a circular manner, enveloping an area of 10,000 meters. Everything that was taller than a meter was pulverized and everything within 10,000 meters was cleared. When Amu raised his head again, his pupils shrank as he looked around in shock. His surroundings had completely changed. They had originally been outside the swamp and there were still many black plants around them. But now, everything had been pulverized and disappeared, including the hillside. The muddy ground had evaporated and become incomparably hard. Lu Yin and the Day-Night Lady stood face to face. They had only exchanged 2 blows and the victor had still not been decided. Lu Yin was still fine, as no one in the Day-Night clan could be underestimated. He had long since known that this lady could not be easily defeated. Furthermore, she had destroyed an interstellar pirate ship, so she was definitely stronger than Hui Day-Night. The Day-Night Lady's shock was indescribable. She had never taken Lu Yin seriously, even if he was from Astral 10. However, the 2 exchanges just now had left her in disbelief. Her sword had been blocked by her opponent, and her palm had been blocked as well. This sort of situation rarely occurred even in the Innerverse, so how could Astral 10 have someone like him? Beauty, you've been following us for so long. It's not good to suddenly kill someone, Lu Yin said coldly. The Day-Night Lady's gaze was equally cold as she replied, I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to cut off his gadget. Why? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Day-Night Lady looked at the swamp. The giant emperor is mine. Lu Yin laughed. Why should I? I'm also here to find the giant emperor. All of the trial takers on this planet are looking for the giant emperor. It's impossible for you to monopolize it. The Day-Night girl stared at Lu Yin and gripped her red longsword tightly. She then pointed it at him. I don't need your permission. My next sword will take your head. The red longsword slowly moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages. As the longsword stabbed into the ground, countless red longswords suddenly appeared in a 100-meter radius. It was a chilling sight. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw this scene. This was a domain. He had fused with Sharon and he had experienced a domain through Karen's memories. It was a realm that could only be comprehended when one's control of star energy had reached the pinnacle. Even Sharon had only just reached that realm and had not completely comprehended it. A domain was on the same level as Battle Force, but this woman had actually used one. The sight of red swords covering a 100-meter radius was a frightening sight. The Day-Night Lady raised her sword again, and this time, Lu Yin could clearly feel her killing intent. Amu lay on the ground and stared in horror. This woman was too terrifying and he felt like an ant that could be killed at any moment. Lu Yin's face turned solemn and he no longer held back. A stream of air slowly appeared around his body, causing the void to tremble. This stream of air was very faint, transparent, and almost invisible. Amu did not understand it, but the Day-Night Lady's expression changed. She could not believe what she was seeing. Battle Force. Lu Yin clenched his fist and slowly opened it, causing the air to explode. Very few people in the same realm could force him to use Battle Force, and even Lemeters might not be able to do so. However, this woman had done so. Lu Yin did not know how strong she was, but since she could use a domain, she had the qualifications to compete with his Battle Force. Amu trembled even more violently as he stared at the two in horror. He wanted nothing more than to bury himself in the ground. The surrounding sword images suddenly disappeared, and the Day-Night Lady put away her red sword. Lu Yin was surprised, but he also retracted his Battle Force. Not fighting anymore? The Day-Night Lady sized him up. You've hidden your strength well. Lu Yin knew that she was referring to the invisible aura technique. I'm Zhou Day-Night, she said calmly. Lu Yin replied. You're from Astral 10. I saw your spacecraft, Zhou Day-Night said confidently. Lu Yin nodded. We've met in space before. I have to kill the giant emperor. You're from Astral 10, so there's no need for you to complete the Umbral Butterfly Weaves trial. The giant emperor is useless to you, Zhou Day-Night said slowly. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, I have my own goals. If you really don't want to, we can fight. But forgive me for being blunt, but you're probably not my opponent. Zhou Day-Night did not deny his claim. What she had just used was not a domain, as she had only comprehended the first step of a domain, which was to merge with the environment. She was still unable to do what she had just done. That was just a battle technique. The White Void Sword could imitate a domain, and it would be very difficult to defeat a Battle Force user, even if they were only at the initial stages. Amu, announce the giant emperor's whereabouts, Lu Yin shouted. Amu looked up and glanced at Lu Yin, then at Zhou Xian. He gritted his teeth and immediately announced the giant emperor's whereabouts. Zhou Xian's gaze turned cold. She wanted to stop him, but she was powerless against the man in front of her. This was the first time she had felt powerless in front of an outerverse powerhouse who was at the same level as her, and it did not feel good. When the giant emperor's whereabouts were revealed, all the trial takers on the giant planet were shocked. Many began to suspect that someone had deliberately lured the competitors away, but there were also some who agreed. They had not seen the giant emperor in the center of the planet and had only seen giant corpses strewn across the ground. Lu Yin knew that it would take time to convince the trial takers, but he was not in a hurry. He brought Amu to a place outside the swamp to rest. Zhou Xian was the first to step into the swamp. She wanted to deal with the giant emperor before the other trial takers arrived. "Seventh bro, why aren't you stopping her?" Amu was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, "If she wants to go, then let her go. If she can really kill the giant emperor, then I'll naturally stop her. But she can't interfere with my business." Business? Amu was puzzled. He did not understand, but he had a feeling that something strange was about to happen. "Thank you, Ian, for the tip." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 170. Lu Yin smiled. Of course it was business. He wanted to do everything he could to earn money. He only had 500 star crystals on him, which made him feel very insecure. He couldn't even roll his die, which was too wasteful. The deeper they went into the swamp, the darker it became. Disgusting creatures could be seen wriggling about in the muddy soil, and strange black birds flew through the sky. Each bird was huge, and as they flew past, they covered the sky and made the swamp even darker. Zhou Xian was a woman, but she wasn't afraid of such a scene. Although the Day-Night clan was arrogant, every single one of them could be considered an elite. Coupled with their battle techniques, it was no wonder that they could dominate the Innerverse. Zhou Xian followed the footprints, but they disappeared once she entered the swamp. She could only use her sword to open up a path in a futile attempt to force the giant emperor out. This method was effective, but the swamp was too large and she couldn't use her sword indefinitely. Although it was effective, it wasn't efficient. For 3 consecutive days Zhou Xian searched the swamp, but from a bird's eye view she couldn't even search 1,000th of the swamp, let alone the entire swamp. With her speed it would take her at least a few months to search the entire swamp. Helpless, Zhou Xian walked out and calmly sat down 100 meters away from Lu Yin and Amu. Lu Yin smiled. He had asked Amu to announce the giant emperor's tracks for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to do business, and second, he wanted everyone to work together to find the giant emperor. The giant emperor knew how to escape, which meant that it wasn't stupid. How could it let them find it so easily? If the giant emperor knew what Lu Yin was thinking, he would definitely be depressed. In fact, he had already understood the situation when the spacecraft had landed in front of him. The giant emperor had once been a space-exploring giant emperor, so he wasn't completely ignorant of the universe. He had tried his best to leave behind some information, which was why he had immediately fled when he saw the spacecraft. He had wanted to buy time for the other trial takers to leave. However, Lu Yin had announced his whereabouts, so the giant emperor was destined for tragedy. 7 days later, Lu Yin and Amu were roasting meat out of boredom when a group of trial takers appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It had begun. People were arriving one after another and business was coming. The trial takers also saw Lu Yin's group, especially Amu, since he was the one who had announced the giant emperor's tracks. "Amu, where's the giant emperor?" someone asked bluntly. Amu pointed at the swamp. "It's inside, but I don't know the exact location." That person clearly didn't believe him and wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by his companions who gestured for him to look to the side. Several trial takers were staring blankly at Zhou Xian, who was calmly standing not too far away. Someone from the Day-Night clan was terrifying, and they immediately fell silent. They were the elites of the younger generation in the umbral butterfly weave, and they were peak melders. Since they had been in the first batch to arrive at the swamp, they were definitely the top elites among the trial takers. They were comparable to the hall masters of the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, but they did not dare to be impudent in front of the Day-Night clan. The giant emperor has entered the swamp. We don't know where it is, so we announced its whereabouts. Anyway, I can't complete the mission, Amu said. At least he had some self-awareness. This was what the trial takers thought. They didn't say anything else. After checking the giant emperor's footprints, they walked straight into the swamp. They were the first batch, but they were definitely not the last. Not long after, the second batch arrived and quickly entered the swamp to search for the giant emperor. In just a few days, no less than 40 trial takers had entered the swamp in search of the giant emperor. These trial takers surprised Lu Yin. They were all quite strong, at least when compared to the Outerverse. He saw quite a few melders who were comparable to Jurbok and the others, and some of them were even stronger than Schutz, who had just entered Astral 10. They were definitely the top geniuses in the umbral butterfly weave. However, these geniuses were useless to Lu Yin at his current level. His experience in Astral 10 had allowed him to look down on them. The swamp was bustling with activity and trial takers were everywhere. Battles never stopped, and most of the fights were between trial takers and swamp creatures. Of course, there were also infighting. At this time, another batch of people arrived. This batch surprised Lu Yin because there were two extremely beautiful women in the group. They were charming and enchanting, and their figures were graceful enough to attract the attention of most men. Amu saw them as well, and he lowered his head. A bone-deep hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well. This batch of people walked straight into the swamp. The two beauties glanced at Amu with disdain, but they didn't say anything and just walked in. Lu Yin noticed Amu's strange behavior, but he didn't ask. The battle in the swamp didn't stop, and after an unknown amount of time, there was a loud roar as the giant emperor appeared. He was unlucky as two trial takers were fighting right above his head, which had forced him to come out. The entire swamp shook and all of the trial takers rushed towards the giant emperor. Zhou Daynight's eyes lit up and she immediately rushed over, but Lu Yin stopped her. You can't attack yet. Zhou Daynight's gaze was icy. You want to stop me? That's right. Lu Yin raised his head. Zhou Daynight was furious and she gripped her sword tightly. A scream startled Lu Yin and he immediately gave up on Zhou Daynight and rushed into the swamp. At this moment, there were more than 10 trial takers fighting the giant emperor, and Lu Yin also saw the giant emperor. Compared to an ordinary giant, the giant emperor was clearly larger. More importantly, it was wearing clothes. No, they couldn't really be considered clothes as they were just beast hides. However, this meant that the giant emperor had a sense of shame, which was a sign of intelligence. The giant emperor was far more terrifying than an ordinary giant, and it could cause the swamp to boil with a casual slap. A terrifying shockwave swept over several trial takers, and one of them was unlucky enough to fall straight into the swamp and fall upside down, leaving only his feet exposed. The others immediately retreated as their attacks were useless against the giant emperor. The giant emperor was furious as it didn't even know how it had been exposed. It grabbed the unlucky person and lifted him upside down before opening its mouth. Such a terrifying scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb, as that person was about to be eaten. Brother, do you want to save him? Lu Yin shouted. Before anyone could react, the unlucky person who had fallen upside down was screaming for help. I can save you, but you have to give me everything in your cosmic ring. Lu Yin shouted again. This time many people looked at him strangely, including Zhou Daynigh. Was this guy trying to extort them? Fine, I'll give it all to you. Save me. The trial taker could already count the giant emperor's teeth, and he was so frightened that he almost pissed himself. Lu Yin used flash to appear in front of the giant emperor and kicked out with his 9 stacks. 9 explosions rang out as the giant emperor's arm was kicked away, and the unlucky person fell back into the swamp and fell upside down again. The giant emperor glared at Lu Yin and clenched its fist to punch him. Lu Yin had no interest in fighting the giant emperor head-on, so he used flash to evade and grab the unlucky person to escape. With his current physical strength, Flash was unbelievably fast and the giant emperor's punch missed, creating a huge crater in the ground. Lu Yin tossed the unlucky person to the ground, who still hadn't recovered from the shock. His eyes were still filled with fear and he had almost been scared to death. Anyone who was about to be eaten would react the same way. Lu Yin squatted down in front of the unlucky person and patted his face with a smile. Alright, the deal is done. You can give me your cosmic ring now. The unlucky person finally regained his senses and heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body was drenched and he looked at Lu Yin with gritted teeth. He took off his cosmic ring and poured out everything inside. It's all here. Take whatever you want and you can take it all. He didn't dare to go back on his word. No matter what situation this person was trying to extort him, he had still saved his life. A deal was a deal and he couldn't go back on his word. Lu Yin was satisfied and looked at the items in the ring. Not bad. Those who dared to participate in the Weave's trial weren't ordinary elites. There were more than 1,000 crystals, so he couldn't be considered poor. There was also a Mavis bank card. How much money is inside? The unlucky person was embarrassed. No, I don't have any money. I spent all of it to participate in the Weave's trial. I bought a set of Melder ring armor and some other things. Stop, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony as he picked through the items and took away some strange metals. The deal was over. During Earth's trial, Roz and the others hadn't even had 1,000 crystals. That was because the trial had been of a different level and there hadn't been any danger. If Roz had participated in the Weave's trial, Lu Yin was certain that Sicker would have filled his cosmic ring to the brim with at least 10,000 crystals. If there was one, there would be a second. Lu Yin saved another unlucky person who had almost been crushed by the giant emperor's palm. Most of the person's body had been paralyzed by the time Lu Yin had saved him, and Lu Yin had even treated him. This unlucky person had contributed more than 2,000 crystals to Lu Yin, which wasn't bad. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yin was like a medic who constantly saved people but never repeated himself. He had no money and those who had been saved didn't dare to act again. More and more trial takers rushed over from all directions, including the two beauties. They attacked at the same time and the giant emperor was apprehensive. Lu Yin was surprised. These two weren't weak. Seventh bro, can I ask you for a favor? Amu asked softly. Lu Yin grunted. Go ahead. Don't save those two, Amu said in a low voice. Lu Yin was confused. Why? I'm short on money and they look rich. Amu gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. He took out his cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. This is all I have. It's not much, but I'm begging you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are they from the umbral butterfly tribe? Amu nodded. Lu Yin nodded and casually glanced at the battlefield. All right, I won't save them. Thank you, Amu said gratefully. The giant emperor's power shocked everyone. It was a Pikla meter, and it even had traces of a battle technique. The reason it was called a trace was because no one was sure if it actually knew a battle technique, but the way it attacked made it seem like one. Lu Yin stared at the giant emperor the entire time. He was sure that this fellow knew a battle technique, but it was hiding it. Why? Lu Yin looked up. Was it because of those spies? This was the tragedy of a backward civilization. They clearly had the power, but they didn't dare to display it for fear of arousing fear. Earth had been the same back then, and if not for Lu Yin's status as King Zhou Xian, everyone on Earth would have been reduced to cannon fodder. The universe was cruel, and Lu Yin once again understood the meaning of that phrase. Working hard at writing was the best gift to the readers. Thank you, Brother Wesley, for the tip. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 171. There were many trial takers, and no matter how strong the giant emperor was, it was difficult to withstand their attacks. Countless wounds appeared on its enormous body, and the forest behind it was torn apart. The giant emperor roared and slapped out with both palms, killing one of the trial takers. Blood splattered into the swamp and then it slapped out again, targeting the two beautiful women. The two women's expressions changed and they immediately retreated. However, the giant emperor seemed to have locked onto them, and it was willing to suffer the attacks of the others just to kill them. Hey, you over there! Save them! Someone shouted, hoping that Lu Yin would intervene. Amu was shocked and he hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not reply. Someone grew anxious and continued to attack the giant emperor, shouting, You over there! They're from the umbral butterfly tribe. If you save them, you'll gain the favor of the umbral butterfly tribe. Besides, I have money. I'll give you all my cosmic rings. Lu Yin still did not move. Zhou Knight glanced at him calmly. You over there. This time the person was slapped to death by the giant emperor before he could finish his sentence. The entire swamp seemed to shake, and the giant emperor reached into the depths of the swamp and grabbed a strange snake before viciously flinging it at the two umbral butterfly tribe women. The two women were shocked as their bodies were struck by the snake, and they spat out blood as they were sent flying. One of them died on the spot. Lu Yin calmly watched the scene unfold before him. Since he had promised Amu that he would not intervene, he would not attack at the same time. Someone shouted and dozens of trial takers attacked at the same time. Countless attacks landed on the giant emperor's body, and it was pierced by numerous powerful attacks. It roared in frustration and fell to its knees, its head drooping as it gasped for breath. Again. It can't hold on any longer. The person shouted excitedly and the people around him attacked again. Lu Yin stared at the giant emperor. Where was its third eye? Since old Kai had said that it had a third eye, then it definitely had one. But why had he not seen it yet? Just as the crowd was about to kill the giant emperor, a black shadow flitted past. The next moment more than 10 trial takers had black feathers pierced through their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground, dead as could be. The black shadow passed by the crowd and grabbed at the giant emperor's forehead. The giant emperor suddenly looked up and opened its mouth to roar. A shockwave swept out and the black shadow disappeared into the void, reappearing less than 10 meters away. The giant emperor wasn't exhausted. He still had a considerable amount of combat power left. He was just pretending. The surrounding trial takers were unable to react in time, and the black shadow attacked once again. Zhou Knight made her move as well, her red sword slashing towards the giant emperor. Lu Yin flung Amu out of the swamp and at the same time he attacked with his 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. The 3 attacks caused the giant emperor's scalp to go numb. He instinctively felt threatened, so he simply dove into the swamp. The 3 attacks did not hit their target, but they collided in the void. A crack extended from the void into the distance. Everyone who saw the scene was horrified. This was a spatial crack. The attacks of the 3 had caused the void to crack. Lu Yin's 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm simultaneously repelled Zhou Knight and the shadow, and the 3 of them landed on the ground. It was only then that Lu Yin saw the true face of the shadow. It was a pale-faced man. Zhou Knight glanced at the black-clothed man in shock. She had never thought that a small weave's trial in the Outerverse would produce 2 powerhouses who were on par with her. The black-clothed man remained expressionless as he looked towards the bottom of the swamp. Lu Yin did not want him to take action. Although the giant emperor was strong, it was not a match for any of the 3 of them. Both Zhou Knight and the black-clothed man had the strength to kill the giant emperor, so it would be troublesome if the black-clothed man took action. As he thought about this, Lu Yin flashed to the side of the black-clothed man and clawed at him. He used the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw. The black-clothed man's expression did not change as he punched out. There was a loud bang and a shockwave swept out in all directions. A layer of the swamp was shaved off, and the strong wind caused dozens of trial takers to retreat. Zhou Knight took advantage of Lu Yin and the black-clothed man's battle to stab her sword into the bottom of the swamp. A sword shadow spread through the void and the white void sword appeared once again. The sword sealed off an area of 100 meters in a similar manner to a domain. This sword cut through the swamp and even severed one of the giant emperor's arms, causing it to howl in pain. The black-clothed man's figure disappeared as he charged towards Zhou Knight. Her red longsword swept out and sliced apart the black-clothed man's phantom image. In the opposite direction, a few black feathers pierced towards her, but Zhou Knight quickly evaded them. At that moment, the giant emperor leapt out of the swamp and charged out of the swamp. Zhou Knight and the black-clothed man attacked at the same time. The red longsword and black feathers descended and struck the giant emperor. Its body was pierced through and it fell powerlessly to the ground before crashing into the muddy swamp soil. Both Zhou Knight and the black-clothed man were determined to defeat the giant emperor. Lu Yin did not know why, but he guessed that it might have something to do with his third eye. As the 2 landed in the forest on the giant emperor's back, Lu Yin used flash to appear high up in the sky. On the other side, more than 10 trial takers attempted to deal the final blow to the giant emperor. Lu Yin waved his hand and his star energy swept out, injuring all of the melders. If any of you come forward, you'll die. His deep voice reverberated through the swamp, causing the trial takers to tremble in fear. They could not imagine how there could be such a huge gap between melders. This person's strength could easily crush a peak-kilometer like the giant emperor. Perhaps no one in the entire umbral butterfly weave could compare to him. On the other side, Amu appeared not too far away from the surviving umbral butterfly tribe woman. His eyes were cold, and his originally timid expression had turned sinister as he glared at the woman. The woman was already heavily injured and could not move. There was no one else around, so when she saw Amu walk over, she was terrified. "Stop. You're not allowed to come near me, you bastard. Stop." Amu walked over to the woman and a broken sword appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly and stabbed it into the woman's heart without hesitation. Blood dyed the black swamp red. The woman's pupils dilated, and her face contorted in pain as she glared at Amu with hatred. Finally, her eyes dimmed and she died. Amu collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. "Mother, she's the first, but she won't be the last. Don't worry, Amu will avenge her." Boom. There was a loud explosion as the forest behind the giant emperor crumbled. Zhou Knight was pushed back by a huge force and stopped in midair. Her red longsword drooped down, and in the next moment, the area within 100 meters was filled with sword images once again. She then slashed at the black-clothed man behind the giant emperor. The black-clothed man suddenly turned around, his gaze so cold that it caused others to tremble. He raised an arm and a layer of black substance spread out and gradually covered the void, blocking Zhou Knight's path. Zhou Knight's red longsword slashed at the layer of black substance with a teeth-numbing screech, and an icy aura filled the area. Lu Yin was shocked. This person actually had an innate gift of ice, and it was not ordinary ice either. It was black ice that was extremely cold. Zhou Knight's sword sliced through the black ice and arrived in front of the black-clothed man, but its power had been greatly weakened. In the end, she was sent flying by a single punch from the black-clothed man. Her red longsword was unable to withstand the force of the attack and fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the swamp in the distance, where it shook violently. Zhou Knight had been defeated. After defeating Zhou Knight, the black-clothed man raised his fist and smashed it at the giant emperor once again. Lu Yin used flash to close in and kick out, but the black-clothed man had already anticipated this. He changed the direction of his fist and punched at Lu Yin. This punch was different from the previous ones as it caused the void to distort. There was a loud bang as an arc of air swept through the swamp and pushed the giant emperor to the bottom. The trial takers in the distance felt their brains explode, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated once again. Zhou Knight had blood at the corner of her mouth and she stared at the scene in shock. The black-clothed man's punch that had pushed her back was too terrifying, and it was far more powerful than any of her previous attacks. However, it had not been able to push back that person. That person was still hiding his true strength. Lu Yin and the black-clothed man followed the giant emperor into the bottom of the swamp. Surging star energy pushed the swamp aside as they stared at each other. The black-clothed man had probably not expected Lu Yin to be able to block his punch. When the two of them reached the bottom of the swamp, he aimed a palm at Lu Yin. Solid black ice instantly spread out and sealed the bottom of the swamp. The extremely cold aura caused a layer of mist to form above the swamp, and the trial takers all trembled. Lu Yin was covered by the solid black ice. This ice was rather hard and cold, and any other melder or even many limeters from the Astral Combat Academy would not be able to do anything about it. However, Lu Yin simply raised his right hand and covered it with battle force. He grabbed the ice and exerted some force, causing the ice to shatter with a bang. The black-clothed man was shocked and he croaked, "Battle force." Lu Yin frowned. This person's tone was very strange, as if he had just learned how to speak. However, Lu Yin did not pay much attention to it and used flash to approach the black-clothed man. He raised his hand and 8 stars sparkled above his battle force. Serious Palm was a perfect combination of battle force and serious palm. The black-clothed man's pupils shrank as his body was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by Lu Yin. Even the giant emperor was pushed aside. The swamp rumbled as the area where the two had sunk suddenly caved in. Mud from all directions surged into the swamp and formed a whirlpool around them. In the distance, Amu watched the scene in shock. The other trial takers did not even dare to approach. Zhou Knight's gaze was fixed on the swamp. During the Astral Combat Academy's new student competition, Lu Yin had used a combination of his 9 stacks Shockwave Palm and Battle Force to defeat Dark Void. The 9 stacks Shockwave Palm was only comparable to a 7-star Serious Palm, which was far inferior to an 8-star Serious Palm. Now Lu Yin had used an 8-star Serious Palm and Battle Force against the black-clothed man. He did not believe that this person would not be defeated. Lu Yin landed on the giant emperor's back and wondered where he could find his third eye. Suddenly, a soul-stirring force swept out from underground. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked down at the ground. The black-clothed man was slowly crawling up from the muddy ground. His black robes had been torn apart, revealing his firm muscles. The area where Lu Yin had struck should have had a clear palm imprint, but as the man's muscles wriggled, the palm imprint automatically disappeared. Lu Yin's face sank when he saw this. This was too unexpected. This person's physical body was terrifyingly strong. Lu Yin did not know what the limits of his own body were, but it seemed that this person's limits would not be so easily broken. The black-clothed man suddenly looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. In that instant, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stood on end. Those eyes caused his expression to change drastically. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This person was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. Roar. An inhuman roar rang out as the black-clothed man charged at Lu Yin. He punched out, causing the void to distort and crack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 172. The Giant Emperor's attack was simple but brutal. Lu Yin evaded the attack with flash and the Giant Emperor was blasted into the ground. The Giant Emperor, which had been heavily injured and unconscious, was now jolted awake. Its body had been pierced through and large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The black-clothed man's punch missed and he turned to stare at Lu Yin. His scarlet eyes sent chills down Lu Yin's spine as he charged forward again. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The Neo-Human Alliance was the greatest enemy of the entire human race, and he wanted to test the strength of these corpse kings. He also punched out. He still didn't know the limits of his physical body, so he decided to test it out with this corpse king. Bang! The entire swamp shook inexplicably, and a terrifying shockwave overturned the swamp. The shockwave almost engulfed the entire sky and everyone, including the Giant Emperor, was swept away by the shockwave and thrown into the distance. Amu's legs went numb and the shockwave from the shockwave made it impossible for him to move. He couldn't imagine what kind of battle was taking place underground. He had seen Lemeters from the Umbral Butterfly clan fight before, but it wasn't as terrifying as this. The black-clothed man's physical body was abnormally strong, but this punch still shocked him, and he even felt like he had seen a ghost. He had been forced back. Lu Yin stood in place, unmoving, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that this person couldn't force his body to its limits. During the ported battles, Lu Yin had tried to use powerhouses to force his body to its limits multiple times, but he had never succeeded. The ported battles were more focused on battle results, and most opponents would use other methods to attack him as soon as they realized how terrifying his physical body was. Very few people were willing to fight a battle of attrition, and Lu Yin's physical body had yet to be seriously injured. Only his internal organs had been crushed by his opponents many times. "You're from the Neo-Human Alliance?" Lu Yin probed. The black-clothed man stared at Lu Yin with his scarlet eyes, and his killing intent surged when he heard this. He charged forward and swept out with his leg again, the force of his kick causing the void to distort and another crack to appear. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he no longer had any interest in fighting. The day-night woman outside the swamp had already appeared beside the Giant Emperor, and it seemed like she wanted to secretly do something. Lu Yin opened his right palm. First, 8 stars sparkled and then a 9th star appeared, forming a perfect constellation. He then struck out at the black-clothed man, but this attack was completely different from the previous ones. If the Serious Palm with 8 stars was considered a Melder's attack, then the 9th star had already broken through the Melder realm. It was an attack from a Lemeter freak. The black-clothed man was struck by Lu Yin's palm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as his sturdy muscles were torn apart. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating as he crashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood as his scarlet eyes dimmed. He had been severely injured. Lu Yin walked over to the man's side, wondering if he should kill him. Corpse kings were not considered humans, and not only did they possess terrifying physical bodies, but they could also devour natural crystals to obtain their innate gifts, allowing them to walk a different path of evolution. They were abnormally powerful, and the 10 Arbiters Council had once announced that anyone who killed a member of the Neo-Human Alliance would be rewarded with great glory. Glory rewards were very important, as they could provide a certain amount of help anywhere in the universe. However, this reward was not important to Lu Yin because he was a lockbreaker, so it was not inferior to glory rewards. Still, from a human's perspective, he should deal with this corpse king. He crouched down and took out the man's cosmic ring, using his blood to open it. Aside from a few hundred star crystals and a bunch of black crystals that emitted a cold aura, there was also a pile of items that Lu Yin did not recognize. One of the items in particular caught his attention. It was a ring with a black border and a gray-silver hollow. The interior was engraved with flying wings and a sword, surrounded by 10 shadows. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring. The 10 Arbiters Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow, while the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow. This corpse king had actually joined the Outerverse Youth Council? How ironic. Had no one discovered it? Aside from this ring, Lu Yin also saw something familiar. It was a scarlet vertical eye that was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from Silver. As expected, he was from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin sighed and glanced at the man's gadget. At the bottom of the gadget was a familiar name. Puyu. Go to the umbral butterfly weave and retrieve the giant emperor's third eye. Puyu. This was the order that the black-clothed man had received. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this order. This person was actually Puyu's subordinate, which meant that Puyu was also from the Neo-Human Alliance. No, that shouldn't be the case. If Puyu was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, then he would not have given Lu Yin a mission so brazenly, nor would he have accepted Lu Yin. It was meaningless, as there was no need for 2 members of the same organization to be together. In other words, if this person really was Puyu's subordinate, then there was only one possibility. Puyu did not know Lu Yin's true identity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Puyu was the person behind Bezer. Bezer had humiliated Lu Yin in the past, so it was very likely that he had been acting on Puyu's orders. This person would become Lu Yin's greatest enemy, and since that was the case, Lu Yin could not kill him. If he allowed this Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King to continue following Puyu, then Lu Yin had no idea what the future would be like. A dignified member of the Outerverse Youth Council had recruited a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King. He hoped that Puyu would like this gift. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He was not in a hurry to go up, as he did not even know where the giant emperor's third eye was. If he did not know, then this Corpse King and Zhou Knight might very well know. This was also the reason why he had allowed Zhou Knight to approach the giant emperor. Above the swamp, Zhou Knight observed the giant emperor for a while before finally stabbing her sword into the back of its head. She pulled out a white crescent-shaped crystal, scanned the ground, and then rushed off into the distance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly rushed out with flash towards Zhou Knight. When Zhou Knight saw Lu Yin appear, she frowned and tried to escape at top speed. However, she was much slower than Lu Yin. In theory, there was no limit to Lu Yin's flash. Back then, the Sand Master had used flash to tear through the void, so he quickly caught up to Zhou Knight. Zhou Knight swung her long sword at Lu Yin. Her first attack was the white void sword. Lu Yin did not hold back, and his battle force enveloped his palm as he slapped the blade of the sword. Zhou Knight was pushed back and her internal organs were shaken. She had already been injured by the black-clothed man, and now that she had been struck by his battle force, she spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. Her face was pale. Lu Yin stood in front of her and stretched out a hand. "Give it to me." Zhou Knight's gaze was cold, and there was a hint of helplessness in her voice. "This thing is useless to you, but I can pay a price for it. You must be lacking star crystals." "Very much, but this thing is useful to me. Give it to me." Lu Yin's tone was much colder. Zhou Knight gritted her teeth and her eyes flickered. She helplessly took out the white crystal and tossed it to Lu Yin before turning to leave. Wait, Lu Yin called out, but he still blocked her path. Shuade Knight stared at Lu Yin and asked coldly, "What else do you want?" Lu Yin picked up the white crystal. "What's the use of this thing?" Shuade Knight's eyes narrowed. "I don't know." Lu Yin sneered. "You don't know? Your Day-Night clan traveled an endless distance from the Innerverse to Umbral Butterfly Weave just for this thing, and you're telling me that you don't know? I don't like it when people lie to me." Shuade Knight gripped her sword tightly and muttered to herself for a moment. She then said, "This is the Giant Emperor's third eye. The giants on this planet don't have any intelligence, but the Giant Emperor used this eye to awaken intelligence. The elders of my clan told me to bring it back for research. Perhaps we can discover the origin of human intelligence." Lu Yin frowned. He didn't believe her, but it did make sense. Humans had spent countless years researching the origin of their intelligence. Why did they think? Why did they create? All of these questions troubled humanity, and there was nothing wrong with saying that it was for research. Lu Yin thought about it and then let Shuade Knight leave. Old Kai wanted this thing anyway, and he didn't intend to ask too much about its use. Besides, he couldn't force a confession out of her. She was a member of the Day-Night clan, and although he didn't like them, he had to admit that they were powerful. In outer space, in the monitoring room, the images of the various trial takers were mostly normal. However, the images of the top batch of trial takers in the swamp had been cut off. When everyone could see clearly again, they discovered that the Giant Emperor was already dead, and the killer was still unknown. The other trial takers all claimed responsibility for the Giant Emperor's death, but no one could prove it. In the end, the trial in Megastar Weave ended and everyone failed. The one with the best results was actually Amu, as he was the one who had provided the Giant Emperor's whereabouts. Amu had never dreamed that he would achieve the highest results. He had only wanted to muddle through, but now it felt like a dream. He glanced at the calm Lu Yin beside him and his eyes filled with adoration. "Seventh bro, let's be friends." Lu Yin was speechless and he patted Amu's shoulder. "Live well. We'll meet again in the future." Amu nodded. Not long after, the two returned to the spacecraft. Lu Yin didn't say much to Amu, and he simply piloted the Aurora and left. He was also afraid of being discovered by the Weave's trial watchers. Although they wouldn't do anything to him, it would still be quite troublesome. After all, he had messed up the Weave's trial and had even extorted quite a few people. He now had more than 5,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring, all of which he had obtained through extortion. Unfortunately, he still didn't have enough star crystals, and he didn't feel safe until he had 10,000 star crystals. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss if he rolled possession, which was why he hadn't rolled his die yet. It had been almost 2 months since he left Frostwave Weave, and 3 months since he left Astral 10. It was time to return. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Not only had he become a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he had also vaguely activated his 9th star and found a backer in the trial zones in Sharon. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing Karen's expression when he saw him. Amu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin's Aurora leave. He took out an irregular object that emitted a faint green glow from his cosmic ring. This was something that the Giant Emperor had taken from the center of the giant tribe. The ant colony had been searching for the Giant Emperor for this item, and Amu had obtained it without Lu Yin knowing. "This thing is useful to me. Seventh bro, I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you." Amu swallowed the item in his hand, and a trace of ambition flashed in his eyes as he roared inwardly, "Shadow Butterfly Clan." No one knew how big the universe was. The so-called Innerverse and Outerverse were just places that humans had explored, and the same was true for the 4 great astral fields. As for how big the universe was outside of the 4 great astral fields, humans were still unable to determine. Thank you for your tip, Brother Endless Rotation. Next chapter will be released at 2 p.m. on the 17th. Thank you again, and I wish all of you a happy new year. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 173. Lu Yin discovered that it was much faster to simulate the stars in the universe, and the 9th star could already be formed. He only needed to spend a little more time to stabilize it. It would take about a month for him to return to Astral 10. He didn't know how Astral 10's students were doing, but it would be about 4 months by the time he returned. They should have made great progress, and perhaps some of them had already entered the trial zones. When he thought about the trial zones, Lu Yin rejoiced in their misfortune. Even a student leader like himself was in such a miserable state, so those people should be even worse off. Less than 2 days later, Lu Yin was circulating the Sirius when the spacecraft sounded an alarm. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Lu Yin looked over and saw a warship. His heart sank. He had seen the terror of a warship before. Could destroy a planet with a single strike and even kill an explorer. Generally speaking, warships were the strategic weapons of some large organizations, so why would one appear here? And why was it blocking his path? A voice came from the spacecraft. The other party wanted to talk to him. Lu Yin frowned and pressed a button. "Give me the giant emperor's third eye," a cold female voice rang out. Lu Yin was furious. This was the voice of the woman from the Day-Night clan. She was the one who had piloted the warship. "Zhou Day-Night, don't you think that using a warship to threaten me is too despicable?" Lu Yin growled. "I'll say it again. Give me the giant emperor's third eye and I'll let you go. Otherwise you'll be reduced to dust in the universe," Zhou Day-Night said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger from the warship. He had been targeted, and if he didn't agree, the next attack could really destroy him. Lu Yin was helpless. "Zhou Day-Night, can you afford to offend a lockbreaker who has no enmity with you?" "Lockbreaker?" Zhou Day-Night was shocked. "You're a lockbreaker?" Lu Yin smiled. "That's right. Not only am I a lockbreaker, but I'm also a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. If you kill me, the Lockbreaker Society will not let you off." On the warship, Zhou Day-Night fell silent while the soldiers around her were all stunned. They were soldiers from an empire in a nearby weave, and they had only lent the warship to the Day-Night clan. They had thought that it would be a small matter, but they had never expected this woman to want to deal with an Astral 10 student. Although they were afraid, they weren't too afraid, and the Day-Night clan would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, they had never imagined that this woman would be a lockbreaker. They were lockbreakers, treasures of the human race. To put it bluntly, a lockbreaker represented the extent to which humanity had explored the universe. No one dared to kill a lockbreaker, especially one who had made contributions to the universe. There weren't many people like that in the entire universe, and killing one would be the end of their empire. They were certain that the other party was recording a video. This matter could not be hidden from the Speaker's Society. "Confirm your identity." Zhou Day-Night was unwilling to give up. Lu Yin smiled. The Lockbreaker network was open to the public, and those who weren't lockbreakers could view it as tourists. They could also send messages to other lockbreakers. Lu Yin used the Lockbreaker network to send a message to Zhou Day-Night so that she would completely give up. "Alright, let me go. This farce should end soon," Lu Yin said casually. Zhou Day-Night clenched her fists and growled. "Impossible. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, or you'll be buried in space." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Are you crazy? You're trying to kill a lockbreaker." "Being a lockbreaker won't protect you. Sen, I'm a member of the Day-Night clan. The Lockbreaker Society won't cause trouble for my clan for a mere 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker like you," Zhou Day-Night said coldly. "Is that so? If they won't cause trouble for the Day-Night clan, then what about the owner of this warship? Can he withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation? Don't tell me that you're controlling such a large warship by yourself." Zhou Day-Night narrowed her eyes and looked to the side. There was a middle-aged man in military uniform with a gloomy expression. The man shook his head when he saw Zhou Day-Night look over. Zhou Day-Night felt helpless, as Lu Yin was right. The Day-Night clan was not afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, as Zhou Day-Night was just a discerning junior lockbreaker. However, this person was different. No power in the Outerverse could withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation. Once a lockbreaker was killed, the Lockbreaker Society would definitely pursue the matter to the end. They would not downplay the fact that a lockbreaker had been murdered. If they did, then the lockbreaker's protection would be gone. Even the Day-Night clan would have to pay a considerable price to appease this matter, and this price was much heavier than the giant emperor's third eye. Zhou Day-Night could not afford it. There was a moment of silence. Lu Yin was certain that Zhou Day-Night would not dare to make a move. No matter how important the giant emperor's third eye was, it could not compare to the price of appeasing the Lockbreaker Society's wrath. He was not in a hurry and he could wait. However, this matter was a wake-up call for him. He was powerful, but he was only a melder. He had not become an explorer, so he could not explore the universe. Once he did, even a spoiled brat would be able to use all sorts of methods to destroy him. Zhou Xian was one such example. She had clearly left the giant planet after Lu Yin, but she had been one step ahead of him with her warship. The reason for this was because his ship was too slow and had not been upgraded, which made his life in danger. There was still a gap between an Aurora and a normal spacecraft that had not been upgraded. Lu Yin secretly made up his mind to upgrade his ship as soon as he left the planet and increase its speed as much as possible. This sort of thing could not happen again. Not everyone was afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, and there were many madmen in this universe. He did not want to risk his life. "You're really short on money, aren't you?" Zhou Xian asked. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "You already said that on the giant planet. I won't sell it. You can keep the third eye, but I want to make a deal with you." Lu Yin was surprised. "What kind of deal?" "I have 50,000 star crystals on me in exchange for your help once. At any time, at any place, as long as I need you to lockbreak for me," Zhou Xian said calmly. Lu Yin sneered. "Woman, are you crazy?" "50,000 star crystals is enough to hire the most ordinary discerning junior lockbreaker, but that's not possible at any time or place. Even 100,000 star crystals is impossible. Lockbreakers are not your retainers and you can summon them as you wish. Then let's just wait. I won't kill you, but I can delay you for a year, 2 years, or even 3 years. I remember that the Astral Combat Academy has an Astral Combat tournament. I don't know if you can last until then," Zhou Xian said coldly. Lu Yin was furious. "I'll report this to the Lockbreaker Society and ask them to step in. It doesn't matter. There are elders from my Day-Night clan in the Lockbreaker Society, and their status is much higher than yours. As long as they don't kill you, it won't be difficult to suppress this matter." Lu Yin was helpless. "I can agree to your deal, but I have my own conditions." "Speak." Zhou Xian's tone was filled with anticipation. "You have to tell me half a year in advance. 1 month at most." "Impossible." 5 months. 2 months. The universe is so vast. It might take 2 months to get there. How about 4 months? Zhou Xian fell silent for a moment. 3 months. So, if you say anything else, then we'll just wait. Lu Yin agreed. Fine, 3 months it is. But let me say this first. I won't go to any danger zones that are beyond my abilities. You're stronger than me. If I can go, then you can go, Zhou Xian said indifferently before ending the call. Lu Yin felt sullen. He had been threatened for no reason and now he owed her a promise. Although he had received 50,000 star crystals, he would rather not have them. A promise from the Day-Night clan was not that easy to repay. Within the warship, Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin's profile on the Lockbreaker network with a look of amazement. This person was a genius who had succeeded in his first lockbreaking attempt. It hadn't even been a month since his certification, and he had never come into contact with lockbreaking before. He was definitely a genius, and his value far exceeded that of the giant emperor's third eye. Lu Yin quickly received the 50,000 star crystals that Zhou Xian had gifted him. For the first time he realized that accepting money could be a pain in the ass. Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he watched the warship move aside. Women was a small world. See you next time. As the Aurora spacecraft disappeared into the darkness of the universe, Zhou Xian's cold eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Ever since Earth's trial had begun, Lu Yin had rarely been suppressed by anyone. Even when others had suppressed him, it had been because of their strength. Zhou Xian was weaker than him, but she had still made him feel extremely sullen. This was a rare feeling and he had only experienced it once when he had first arrived on Earth. In the end, it was because the spacecraft was not fast enough. Otherwise, Zhou Xian would not have been able to catch up to him. Turn on the energy converter, Lu Yin ordered. Very quickly, a silver vortex half a meter wide appeared behind Lu Yin's seat. This was the energy converter. The Aurora spacecraft relied purely on its energy components to maintain its power and jump through space. Any other spacecraft that wanted to upgrade would have to be modified, but the Aurora spacecraft could absorb rare metals and convert them into the spacecraft's own structure. This was the foundation of the Aurora Corporation's fame throughout the universe. No one knew how this converter worked, not even the technicians in the Aurora spacecraft. This device came from ancient times, and it was something that the Aurora Corporation had obtained by chance. They had only been propagators, not creators. Even so, they had relied on this device to become a colossus that could rival the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin tossed all sorts of materials that he recognized and did not recognize into the converter, including the gray metal that he had obtained from lock breaking. Rather than upgrading the spacecraft, it was more like he was venting. These metals disappeared without a trace after entering the converter. It was as if they had been tossed into space through the spacecraft. Lu Yin was puzzled when the spacecraft suddenly stopped moving. It floated motionlessly in space, and only the words "converting metals" appeared on the control panel. Lu Yin was speechless. He had forgotten that the spacecraft would need to stop moving if there were too many metals or if they were too rare. His other metals were fine, but the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking might be a little rare. After all, it had been obtained through lockbreaking and had been eroded by the passage of time. Thank you for your gift, brother. Endless rotation. Here's the third update. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 174. The metal was being converted, but he didn't know how long the spacecraft would stay there. Was he supposed to just float around like this? That would be very dangerous, as all sorts of disasters could occur in the universe at any time. Just like a black hole, who knew when it would appear? It might even appear right next to him. Zhou Xian was the closest person to him, so how could he let her save him? He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Just as Lu Yin was feeling melancholy, a luxurious spacecraft appeared in the distance. It was called luxurious because the surface of the spacecraft was coated with a layer of a rare metal called polarium. This material was easy to recognize as it was one of the main materials used to make universal armor, and it was very expensive. Without becoming an explorer, one wouldn't be able to roam the heavens freely unless they wore universal armor. This armor allowed ordinary people to move freely in space, and although it was very expensive, it wasn't very necessary. Ordinary people didn't need to roam the heavens freely, which was why universal armor was very rare. Only large spacecraft were equipped with them. Polarium wasn't just a material used for manufacturing, but it was also used for maintenance. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen someone apply it to a spacecraft. This was a large spacecraft, and who knew how much polarium had been used to repair it? As the spacecraft approached, Lu Yin immediately sent out a distress signal and explained that he was a student of Astral 10. Normally, unless he was an enemy, anyone would be willing to help him. This kind of help was as easy as lifting a finger, and he could easily gain the friendship of an Astral Combat Academy student. In the command room of the luxurious spacecraft, the operator looked up. Aurora's personal spacecraft is requesting assistance. Spacecraft is decomposing metal and requesting entry. Identity? The middle-aged captain asked. Student of Astral 10. His name is Lu Yin. The captain was shocked. A student of Astral 10? Have him wait for a moment. He then left the command room. There was a completely transparent lounge on the top floor of the spacecraft, and it felt as if one was traveling through space. All sorts of projections and murals flickered all around, making one feel as if they were inside. At this moment, the middle-aged captain was reporting his request for assistance. In front of him, a graceful figure had her back to him. Her red lips took a sip of fruit juice as she spoke in an alluring voice. Yes, let him enter. Yes, madam, the captain replied respectfully and slowly retreated. What Lu Yin didn't know was that the luxurious spacecraft that he had bumped into belonged to the Nalan family. The Nalan family was publicly recognized as the wealthiest family in the Outerverse, and their businesses spanned dozens of weaves. If the Mavis Bank and the Aurora Spacecraft Company were considered as the universe's wealthiest families, then the Nalan family was the Outerverse's wealthiest family. The Nalan family was a legendary family, and they had become one of the wealthiest families in the Outerverse in just a few thousand years. However, they had not only been blessed with fortune, but also a terrifying curse. Over the past few thousand years, The number of Nalan family members had gradually dwindled due to the curse. The last member of the family had been the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Jun. Unfortunately, he had died on the day of his marriage to a woman, and that woman had become the official head of the Nalan family. The woman was Madame Nalan. She was beautiful and sexy, and she was known as the richest widow in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's Aurora entered the luxurious spacecraft while the captain personally led him to the guest room. After all, he was a student of Astral 10 and should be treated with respect. Furthermore, the Nalan family was never arrogant. This was an ironclad rule. "Mr. Lu, what would you like to eat?" "I'll get someone to prepare it," the captain asked with a smile. His tone was respectful but not overly humble. Lu Yin was grateful. "Anything is fine. Thank you for letting me in. Otherwise, I don't know how long the spacecraft would have been parked." The captain smiled. "Unless it's upgraded, the Aurora will only take a day to decompose the metal. You should be able to operate normally after that." Lu Yin hurriedly asked, "May I know where you're from? If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay your kindness." The captain smiled. "It's just a small matter, Mr. Lu. We're from the Nalan family." "The Nalan family?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had heard of this family before. They were the wealthiest in the Outerverse. He hadn't expected to run into them. "Thank you again, Captain. I'll remember the Nalan family's kindness." The middle-aged captain quickly left and ordered his men to deliver food and drinks to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only heard of some of the food before, but he had never seen it before. For example, there was caviar that glowed with a faint white light and had a refreshing floral fragrance. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, this should be the famous Endless Weave's whitefish caviar from planet Ran Jupiter. There was also a piece of food that looked like dried tofu that constantly flickered. It was probably made from an ingredient called the jumping bean that could hide in the void and was quite difficult to catch. There was also a cup of colorful drink with a faint flow of energy. Lu Yin had heard of this drink before. It came from the Innerverse. There was also a plate of steak that glowed with a faint golden light. Was this the meat of an astral beast? Lu Yin only recognized a few of the dishes on the table. He didn't recognize any of the others, but he knew that they weren't simple. Every dish here was worth dozens of star crystals because the ingredients were rare. Each dish was worth dozens of star crystals, and Lu Yin was stunned. The entire table was worth hundreds of star crystals, which would be worth hundreds of millions of cosmic dollars. Of course, this wasn't how it was calculated. Cosmic dollars were the currency used by ordinary people, and cultivators rarely used them as a unit of payment because the amount was too large. Generally speaking, powerful organizations used star crystals as their payment method. For many, star crystals were easy to obtain, such as the Nalan family. It was rumored that they controlled a lot of star crystal mines, but cosmic dollars were difficult to use for them. When Lu Yin had first seen the Mavis Bank, he had been shocked by how they hung cosmic dollars on trees and let the wind blow. Anyone who picked them up could keep them. At the time, he had been shocked by the Mavis Bank's wealth, but as time passed, such a scene no longer shocked him. In the eyes of the Mavis Bank, cosmic dollars were just paper. That's right, they were just paper, nothing more. Thus, only red and blue Mavis Bank crystal cards could be used for payment. Black and above were used for star crystals, and their main business was still star crystals. Perhaps to these large organizations that use star crystals as payment, cosmic dollars were a product of inflation that had been inflated countless times. It was an alternative economic structure. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony when faced with a table full of delicacies. He didn't care about his image as he ate and drank to his heart's content. It was free anyway, and to the Nalan family, these dishes were just common home fare. In a lounge on the top floor, Madame Nalan smiled and looked around. "What an interesting kid. Have you investigated his background?" A young girl walked out from behind her and respectfully answered, "Yes. Lu Yin is King Zishan of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. He joined Astral 10 after passing the assessment and is now the leader of Astral 10. "The leader?" Madame Nalan was shocked as she looked at the youth on the screen. "He's only been in Astral 10 for half a year, and he's already become the leader in less than a year. What's his background?" The young girl shook her head. "I haven't found anything yet. His history in the Great Yu Empire is a blank." Madame Nalan was shocked. "Continue." Madam, there's one more piece of information. He's a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and it took him less than a month to complete his lockbreaking, the young girl said solemnly. Madame Nayland suddenly turned around, her eyes bright like the stars as a smile appeared on her beautiful face. A genius and a lockbreaker with contributions. It looks like I'll have to chat more with this young guest. Lu Yin didn't know that his identity had been thoroughly investigated from the moment he had boarded the ship. Even his identity as a lockbreaker had been discovered. The Nayland family was involved in many different industries. Not only were there regular merchants who relied on the family for survival, but there were also many weave powers, empires, assassins, mercenaries, and even lockbreakers. It was very easy to investigate everything about Lu Yin. It didn't take long for Lu Yin to finish his meal. He was full and the table was completely clean. He felt a little embarrassed, but who cares? He could leave in a day anyway. Now that he was full, it was time to take a walk. Lu Yin walked out of the guest room and into the hallway. After some thought, he took out the giant emperor's third eye, which was the white crescent-shaped crystal. He held it in his hand and carefully examined it. Zhou Knight and Puyu both wanted it, so what was the use of this thing? Old Kai wouldn't have sent him to the umbral butterfly weave for no reason, so there had to be a reason. He held the giant emperor's third eye, and although he couldn't find any use for it, Lu Yin discovered that he could see the universe a little more clearly. It was like lifting a veil. It wasn't obvious, but it was definitely clear. He thought about it for a moment, and then star energy surged from his palm and was absorbed by the giant emperor's third eye. In an instant, his vision became much clearer, and he could even see the drifting star energy in the universe. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was this for real? He could actually see star energy, something that could only be seen by using the serious art. Now, with the help of the giant emperor's third eye, he was able to do so as well. It was too miraculous. At that moment, Madame Nayland walked out from the corner of the hallway. Lu Yin turned around and his eyes flashed. The moment he saw Madame Nayland, he was stunned. This woman had a mature charm that others couldn't compare to, and she also had a fresh and beautiful appearance. The stark contrast of her beauty caused Lu Yin to fall into a daze. At the same time, he also saw a layer of gray substance around Madame Nayland's body. Lu Yin retracted his star energy and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Everything in front of him returned to normal, and it was as if the lights had brightened a little. Madame Nayland's appearance had also become clearer. It had to be said that this woman was extremely attractive to a man of Lu Yin's age. Regardless of her appearance, her aura alone was enough to make other women pale in comparison. Even Bai Shui's beauty couldn't compare to her mature beauty. She was like a peach, fresh and tender. Any man would want to take a bite out of her. "Hello, Madame Nayland." Lu Yin had only been dazed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. The woman smiled. "How did you know that I was Madame Nayland, student Lu?" Lu Yin smiled. "With such an aura, if you're not Madame Nayland, then I don't know who else in the universe is more qualified to be Madame Nayland." Madame Nayland laughed and her bright eyes stared at Lu Yin. She clearly wasn't wearing any makeup, but her appearance was captivating. She didn't try to flirt, but she still gave off an incomparably enchanting vibe. Her snow-white skin was exposed and her skin was as smooth as ice. She had an intoxicating fragrance as she slowly approached Lu Yin. This woman was a seductress. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 175. Welcome to the Nayland family, student Lu. Madame Nayland stopped a meter away from Lu Yin. Her position allowed Lu Yin to clearly see her graceful figure and her hair-raising curves. She wasn't trying to seduce Lu Yin and her actions were very normal. However, every step she took was a test for Lu Yin. If Myra's charm was shown through her appearance and actions, then this woman's charm was completely natural. No, it should be said that she was naturally seductive. Lu Yin reined in his thoughts. He was a man and a hot-blooded one at that. He could not handle this seductress, so he hurriedly asked, "May I know who gave you the pendant around your neck?" Madame Nayland was flabbergasted by his sudden question. She smiled and said, "My best friend." Lu Yin nodded. "It seems like your best friend isn't very friendly towards you." Madame Nayland's eyes flashed and she was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Lu Yin muttered to himself. Actually, I don't want to hide it from you. I'm a lockbreaker and I can see things that normal people cannot. He then waved his hand. Madam, my stomach hurts, so I'll be leaving first. See you later. He then quickly left. He really could not stand this seductress. She had only taken 2 steps, but he could not control himself. This woman seemed to be a widow, so could her husband have been seduced to death by her? That was very likely the case. Madame Nayland did not mind Lu Yin's departure and she pulled the pendant off her neck. Her gaze was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze the entire universe. It was hard to imagine that a woman who had never cultivated would have such a cold gaze. Go investigate. I want to know what's on this pendant. A young girl appeared behind her and respectfully accepted the pendant. Yes. Madame Nayland would not believe Lu Yin's words, but there was no harm in investigating. Besides, what Lu Yin had said was not impossible. At that moment, Lu Yin returned to his lounge and immediately contacted Old Kai. The Frostwave weave was not too far from the Umbral Butterfly weave, so he could contact Old Kai through his gadget. What is it? Old Kai's impatient voice sounded. Old Kai, I obtained the Giant Emperor's third eye, Lu Yin said. So what? Do you want to show off? Old Kai was unhappy. Lu Yin replied, I want to know what the third eye is used for. Old Kai was surprised. You still haven't found its use? You're so useless. I don't understand how you managed to unlock it. You know that I've become a lock breaker? Nonsense, how could the teachers not know about their students? That's right, this mission won't be easy, right? There should be quite a few people competing with you for the Giant Emperor's third eye, right? Old Kai laughed strangely. Lu Yin replied, that's not the case. Nobody's fighting over it. That's impossible. News of the Umbral Butterfly Weave's trial being held on a giant planet will definitely attract a lot of attention. Those people definitely won't waste the Giant Emperor's third eye, so there should be quite a few Melder geniuses competing for it, Old Kai reasoned. But there are only 2 of them. One is from the Day-Night clan, and the other is from the Outerverse Youth Council, Lu Yin said. He did not mention anything about the Neo-Human Alliance as Puyu had a Corpse King by his side. That Corpse King would be Lu Yin's bargaining chip in the future. Old Kai replied, that makes sense. So it was the Outerverse Youth Council that interfered. No wonder no one dared to fight for it. It's not bad that you managed to snatch the third eye from the Outerverse Youth Council, huh? You still haven't told me what it's for. Idiot. Have you ever heard of a lock-breaking tool? Old Kai barked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he excitedly asked, are you saying that the Giant Emperor's third eye is a lock-breaking tool? Of course. You can see something different by injecting star energy into it. If it's not a lock-breaking tool, then what is it? Alright, I still have other things to do. Old Kai then hung up. Lu Yin excitedly looked at the Giant Emperor's third eye. He had already guessed this when he had first used it to see star energy, and now it had been confirmed. This eye was just like Master Wuxing's 2 leaves, and it could help lock breakers. It was priceless, and it was no wonder why both the Day-Night clan and the Outerverse Council wanted to obtain it. Half an hour later, a young girl walked out of a lounge on the top floor and respectfully said, Master Su has found the other accessories that Madame Liv gave you. One of them contains a substance that is harmful to you. This substance will make you tired and will gradually blind you. Madame Nayland's gaze turned cold. How long has it been? 3 years. Master Su said that this substance is very faint, and it will take at least 10 years for it to take effect. Even if he did not specifically check it, he would not have been able to tell. He formally apologizes to you. Also, Master Su would like to meet the young lockbreaker who was able to detect the problem with a single glance. Tell Master Su that there's no need to worry. Also, that young lockbreaker has already left. The young girl nodded. Madame Nayland clenched her fists. You slut, you actually dared to make a move against me. You've been quite cautious for the past 10 years. This time I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. The day quickly passed and Lu Yin did not see Madame Nayland again. Someone had only asked him if he had any urgent matters to attend to when they were delivering food, to which Lu Yin casually replied that he didn't. His eyes were already attracted by the luxurious feast, which was several times more than the previous one. The quality of the food was also clearly several times better, and Lu Yin felt hungry just by looking at it. After eating, he went to find the middle-aged captain and asked about the spacecraft's progress. The captain smiled. Mr. Lu, your spacecraft still needs 7 days to complete its upgrade. 7 days? Upgrade? Lu Yin was shocked. The amount of metal that he had thrown in was not enough to upgrade the spacecraft. This is our madam's reward for you. You can ask her in person, the captain said politely. Reward? It seemed like Madame Nayland had confirmed that there was something wrong with the pendant. She was really rich and her reward was actually an upgrade of the spacecraft. Lu Yin knew that upgrading an aurora from a basic grade to a radiant grade would require a huge amount of materials. Correspondingly, the upgrade of the spacecraft's performance would be terrifying as well. There was a 10-fold difference, and this was the performance of a radiant-grade aurora. Its speed was 10 times that of a normal spacecraft. What did 10 times mean? It had taken him more than a month to fly from Frostwave Weave to Umbral Butterfly Weave, but with an upgraded spacecraft, it would only take him a few days. This was a 10-fold difference. He had originally thought that he would have to wait for a long time before upgrading his aurora, but he had not expected Madame Nayland to do it so quickly. All he had to do was say a few words. It was no wonder that lockbreakers had such a high status and could see things that normal people could not. If Lu Yin had not been a lockbreaker and had only been a student of Astral 10, even if he was the student leader, Madame Nayland might not have been willing to meet him. Lu Yin was beginning to realize how high a lockbreaker's status was, and he had made the right move. Lu Yin straightened his clothes as he wanted to thank Madame Nayland. Although she was quite seductive, he still had to pay his respects. Before Lu Yin could find his way, someone led him to a lounge on the top floor. It was transparent and he could almost touch the stars if he reached out. In front of him was a smiling Madame Nayland. Compared to the day before, Madame Nayland was wearing more clothes, which covered her graceful figure. Although she was still very seductive, Lu Yin could finally relax. Madame Nayland, your gift is too valuable. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to repay it, Lu Yin said with a bitter smile. Madame Nayland smiled and gestured for him to sit. Have a seat. Lu Yin nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He sat across from Madame Nayland, and just like the day before, they were less than a meter apart. He could smell the alluring fragrance of Madame Nayland's body. Student Lu, you've saved me. Upgrading your spacecraft is not enough to fully express my sincerity, Madame Nayland said solemnly. Although she was still smiling, Lu Yin could tell that there was a trace of sincerity in her smile. The Nayland family had started out as a merchant family, and all merchants were evil. No matter what this woman had been like in the past, the fact that she had been able to maintain the Nayland family's wealth meant that she had done well in the business circle. She had subconsciously put on a veil of hypocrisy. If a merchant wanted to succeed, they had to treat others with sincerity. Hypocrisy was used to guard against despicable people. Unfortunately, there were too many despicable people, and Madame Nayland had always treated people differently. However, at this moment, her veil of hypocrisy seemed to have become thinner in front of Lu Yin. The value of a gift depends on the recipient. For me, upgrading my spacecraft is already very precious, Lu Yin said seriously. Madame Nayland covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes turning into crescents that were bright and clear. Student Lu, do you speak so seriously to everyone? Lu Yin was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. He had gone overboard. He had actually wanted to treat this temptress with a serious attitude so that he wouldn't be bewitched, but going too far was just as bad as falling short. Madame Nayland laughed again and personally poured a drink for Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it. Thank you. Madame Nayland looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Actually, I want to apologize to you. Lu Yin was sipping his drink when he heard this and looked over in confusion. What are you sorry for? I investigated you, Madame Nayland said honestly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he continued to sip his drink without saying anything. Madame Nayland stared at Lu Yin with a resplendent look in her eyes. In just half a year, you went from being an ordinary sentinel from a fringe weave of the Outerverse to becoming the leader of Astral 10. You even became a lockbreaker and achieved a 1-star academy. Student Lu, your experience is very unique. Lu Yin put down his drink and looked at Madame Nayland, his voice low. I don't like people investigating me. Madame Nayland smiled but didn't say anything. But since I boarded your ship, There's nothing wrong with you investigating me, Lu Yin said in a different tone. Madame Nalan's lips curled up beautifully. Even so, I was in the wrong first and I'm willing to make up for it. Lu Yin shook his head and said, Madame Nalan, you're too polite. You've already helped me upgrade my spacecraft, so there's no need for you to do anything else. Including the astral combat tournament? Madame Nalan tempted. Lu Yin was surprised. The astral combat tournament? This year's astral combat tournament is different from the previous ones. The defeat at the astral domain's border war has angered some people, and in order to regain their confidence, they decided to announce the tournament to the entire universe. However, no matter how high some people's status is, they can't decide everything in the universe with a single word. Madame Nalan poured herself a glass of juice and took a sip. She licked her red lips and continued. Generally speaking, a gadget can connect to several weaves, but once the distance exceeds 10 weaves, it will become very difficult to connect. Only a special gadget can do that. This year's astral combat tournament requires a connection to the entire universe, and it won't work without money. Thus, my Nalan family has become one of the sponsors of this tournament. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 176. Lu Yin raised his brows. There were actually sponsors. It seemed like the Astral Combat Academy wasn't rotten after all. Student Lu, as the leader of Astral 10, you must be participating in the Astral Combat Tournament. Do you want to know what rewards the Nalan family has prepared for the tournament? Madame Nalan tempted him. Lu Yin smiled. No need. No matter what the rewards are, they'll be mine if I win and I won't get any if I lose. Madame Nalan smiled. The reward we've prepared is very suitable for you. Lu Yin was puzzled. Madame Nalan raised a finger. A source box that has no offensive properties and is suitable for perceptive intermediate lock breaking. Lu Yin was shocked. What a generous reward. There were many source boxes that were suitable for perceptive intermediate lock breaking, but those that had no offensive properties were precious. For example, the source box that he had unlocked before had given him 1-star contribution points. If he became a perceptive intermediate and obtained such a source box, he would immediately become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. It was no wonder why she had said that it was suitable for him. It was not suitable for him but rather for all lockbreakers. As expected of one of the wealthiest families in the Outerverse. They're so generous, Lu Yin exclaimed. Madame Nalan smiled. It's nothing. It's just a collection. My Nalan family often has dealings with the Innerverse Sword Sect. Student Lu, the compensation I mentioned was to reveal some information about the Sword Sect to you. What does the Sword Sect have to do with me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Student Lu, don't you want to become the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament? Madame Nalan smiled. Lu Yin laughed. Madam, do you think that I can defeat those freakish geniuses and become the champion? The universe is full of unknowns, which is why it's so challenging, isn't it? There's no harm in knowing more. Who knows, you might even encounter them. Madame Nalan smiled. Lu Yin nodded. I'm all ears. Madame Nalan smiled. There are countless geniuses in the Sword Sect, but there are only 2 who can be called the champion of the younger generation. One of them became one of the 10 arbiters and stands above all others, while the other is cultivating in seclusion. However, I'm guessing that he'll join one of the academies because of the Astral Combat Tournament. He's definitely one of your opponents. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There's someone from the Sword Sect among the 10 arbiters? Madame Nalan replied, It's not appropriate for me to mention the names of the 10 arbiters. This is a rule and it's also a form of respect for the 10 arbiters. If Student Lu wishes to understand the 10 arbiters, then you'll have to join the Council of Astral Academy, which is a subordinate organization of the 10 Arbiters Council. Lu Yin's fingers twitched unconsciously but he didn't interrupt. Madame Nalan gave Lu Yin a deep look before continuing. The Sword Sect has a sword technique that has been passed down since ancient times. It's called the 13 Swords. This sword technique isn't something that anyone can learn just because they want to, as it will automatically choose a suitable inheritor. Take the initiative to choose? Lu Yin was surprised that there was such a thing. Madame Nalan solemnly explained, No one knows where this sword technique came from, but everyone knows how terrifying it is. The sword sect master once used the 13 swords to kill 3 powerhouses at the same level as him, and the previous sect master also used this technique to shine during the border wars. It can be said that the most important thing for every generation of the sword sect's younger generation is to come into contact with the 13 swords in hopes of receiving its inheritance. However, only one person in each generation can inherit the 13 swords. In this generation 2 people have appeared. One is one of the 10 arbiters and the other is the disciple I mentioned, Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of the sword sect's Lu family before. They had a primeval surname that was viewed as an enemy by countless people. They had never received a proper status, but they still looked down on the universe. They were an extremely terrifying family. Lu was originally a royal surname and the Lu family was like the emperor of the sword. Anyone who wielded a sword would yearn to join the Lu family. The first thing Lu Xiaoqiu saw when he was born was not his mother or any of his relatives. Instead, he saw a rusted iron sword that had been abandoned by the door. From that moment on, that sword became his weapon, Madame Nayland said in a reminiscing tone. Lu Yin was stunned and he looked at her. That was a very ordinary iron sword and cultivators can easily break it. However, this sword was used by Lu Xiaoqiu to defeat countless geniuses. After he inherited the 13 swords, the iron sword never left its scabbard again. There is no one in the same generation in the sword sect who is worthy of him drawing his sword. He will be a terrifying opponent in the astral combat tournament, Madame Nayland said seriously. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the pressure on him increased. What is this Lu Xiaoqiu's cultivation? How many swords can he use? He should be a limiter. As for how many swords, no one knows. Some say that he has only comprehended the second sword, while others say that he might have comprehended the third. No one knows for sure, but he once injured an explorer during his travels through the universe, Madame Nayland said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Xiaoqiu really was a powerful opponent. Explorers could explore the universe, which was a realm that Lu Yin had yet to reach. There were already people who could challenge those of a higher realm. When she saw Lu Yin's gloomy expression, Madame Nayland swirled her cup and clinked it against Lu Yin's. The soft sound startled Lu Yin out of his thoughts. Student Lu, I'm not telling you this to pressure you. I just want you to know the strength of the top powerhouses in the astral combat tournament. I don't like to fight unprepared battles, and since you saved my life, I will let you know more about them. However, if you fall into fear of your enemies, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Lu Yin laughed. Madam, you're overthinking things. No matter how strong my opponents are, I am still me. So what if I lose? There will always be a next time. Besides, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament hasn't been set yet. If I can become Astral Combat Academy's leader in a few months, then I might be able to catch up to those monsters. Then I wish you victory in the tournament and become the champion. Madame Nayland raised her cup and congratulated him from afar. Lu Yin also raised his cup and clinked glasses with Madame Nayland's. The fruit juice reflected a beautiful luster under the light of the stars in space. After Lu Yin left, Madame Nayland stared at the stars in deep thought. A young girl appeared behind her. Madam, what do you think of that youth? Madame Nayland asked casually. Her tone was different from before and now it was filled with dignity. The young girl replied, he's a genius. Just a genius? If he had been born in the Innerverse, then he would have been able to rival everyone in the sword sect aside from Xiaoqiu. It's a pity that he was born in the Outerverse and he hasn't cultivated for long. Once he falls behind, he'll always fall behind, Madame Nayland muttered. If Madame knows, then why did you tell him about the sword sect? The young girl was puzzled. Madame Nayland smiled. I just don't want him to be dispirited because of his defeat. As long as he puts all his focus on lock breaking, then he'll definitely have a bright future. Although the Astral Combat Tournament is important, it's only a stage for the top geniuses. He doesn't belong there. Lock breaking is his stage. The young girl whispered, even in lock breaking, there are still geniuses like Dao Bo. Madame Nayland looked up. That's right. The universe is too big and there are too many geniuses. I hope that he can continue walking down this path. 7 days passed by quickly and Lu Yin enjoyed a sumptuous meal. After bidding farewell to Madame Nayland, he boarded his own spacecraft and departed from the Nayland family's spacecraft, heading towards Frostwave Weave. The Nalan family's spacecraft continued to travel without stopping for 7 days just for Lu Yin, and it wasn't slow either. Lu Yin retraced his route and realized that even with his upgraded Aurora, it would still take him 12 days to reach Frostwave Weave. With a tenfold increase in speed, the originally month-long journey had been shortened to 5 days, and he still had 7 extra days to spare. This was exactly the 7 days that the Nalan family's spacecraft had been traveling for. In other words, Lu Yin's own spacecraft would not be able to catch up to them in those 7 days. The Nalan family's luxurious spacecraft was not any slower than the Aurora, and it should also be an upgraded version of the larger Aurora. They're really rich, Lu Yin thought to himself as he rubbed his belly. He seemed to have gained some weight. 12 days passed by quickly, and Lu Yin continued to observe his star chart. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and he could feel the power of his body when he activated the Sirius art. Coupled with his battle force and a physical body that he had yet to discover its limits, he didn't even know how strong he was. Lu Yin guessed that he might be able to fight against an area master. The memory of Frankfurt's spear was still fresh in Lu Yin's mind. Frankfurt had been able to block it, but he hadn't been able to receive a second spear strike, which was why he hadn't used his full strength. Now, as long as Lu Yin filled himself with star energy, he should be able to fight against Frankfurt. Lu Yin's head hurt when he thought about star energy as it consumed too much. 6 pips on his die was an endless pit, and he felt that even if he gathered all the star crystals in the Great Yu Empire, he would still be able to use them all up in an instant. Beep 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 beep. The spacecraft beeped, and Lu Yin looked up to see that he had arrived at Astral 10. He hadn't expected to spend nearly 4 months on this trip, and many things had happened. The Great Yu Empire, the Umbral Butterfly Weave, the Day-Night Clan, and the Nalan family had all happened one after another. Astral 10 was much better, as all he had to do was focus on his cultivation and not worry about anything else. When the door opened, Lu Yin walked out and stretched, feeling like he had returned home. "It's you?" Hui Day-Night stared at Lu Yin from nearby, his eyes filled with excitement and battle intent. Lu Yin glanced at him. "Why are you here? Did you go out on a mission?" Hui Day-Night sneered. "It's great that I ran into you. Hand over the position of leader, you're not qualified." Lu Yin nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you." Hui Day-Night was stunned. Lu Yin found it funny and looked at him. "So what if I give it to you? Can you handle it?" Hui Day-Night's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a stray from the trial zones boast so shamelessly? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. "You're still asking for a beating. Am I wrong? The Blaze Realm is spreading the news that you were killed by Frankfurt with a single spear strike. You're the joke of Astral 10. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was truly angry now. "Frankfurt, the Blaze Realm, Jared. You're a disgrace to Astral 10. You don't deserve to be the leader." Hui Day-Night shouted and charged at Lu Yin. He stretched out a finger and a light flashed from his fingertip. It was completely different from the Day-Night Soul Finger, but the soul-tearing sensation was several times more intense. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he raised a hand. Just like how he had crushed Hui Day-Night before, he grabbed Hui Day-Night's finger and snapped it. Hui Day-Night's pupils shrank. He had already changed. His strength had increased greatly under the guidance of the Trial Master, and he had even learned the Day-Night clan's new battle techniques. Why was he still like this? This person's physical body was so strong that the Day-Night clan's battle techniques were useless against him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 177. Remember, don't provoke me again or I'll cripple you. He then threw Hui Day-Night into the wall. "Don't provoke me again," he said coldly, "or I'll cripple you." Hui Day-Night clutched his fingers in pain and stared at Lu Yin in shock. Why was he unable to retaliate every time he faced Lu Yin? This shouldn't be the case as he was a member of the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin walked over to the teleportation device and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Hui Day-Night and asked, "Is there a woman called Zhou Day-Night in your Day-Night clan?" Hui Day-Night painfully replied, "No." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't like it when people lie to me." Hui Day-Night snorted. "I don't care about lying." Lu Yin looked at him for a while. But he didn't say anything else and stepped into the teleportation device. He went straight to the treasury and met with Old Kai. Old Kai smiled as he fiddled with the giant emperor's third eye. Not bad, not bad. This is the giant emperor's third eye, a lock-breaking tool. He then tossed it to Lu Yin. Take it. It suits you very well. Lu Yin caught it and stored it in his cosmic ring. He was puzzled. How did you know that this is a lock-breaking tool, mentor? The Day-Night clan, Puyu and the others all know about it, but the people of Umbral Butterfly Weave don't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made hunting down the giant emperor a weave trial. Old Kai stroked his mustache. There are many useful things in the universe, but they may not be mature when we discover them. Take this giant emperor's third eye for example. Do you think it's easy to create? It's passed down from generation to generation. Every giant emperor passes it down to the next. When we first discovered it, it wasn't mature, and even if it was useful, it wouldn't have reached the level of a lock-breaking tool. Now that it's mature, it's yours. There was once a giant emperor who reached the explorer realm and tried to break through Umbral Butterfly Weave's seal, but he was killed. How could this be passed down? Lu Yin was puzzled. Old Kai's gaze turned solemn. Kid, remember, never underestimate any life form. That space-exploring giant emperor was just cannon fodder, and he had already predicted his own death. Thus, he passed this thing down to the next giant emperor so that the next giant emperor could see their situation clearly. In the end, he was just probing, and the people of Umbral Butterfly Weave didn't know that. They foolishly thought that it would be fine as long as they didn't let the giant emperor become an explorer. But in reality, after that incident, no giant emperor ever became an explorer. It's no wonder why the giant emperor was the first to run away when the trial takers arrived. Lu Yin suddenly understood, and a chill ran through his heart. Although the giant tribe did not possess any intelligence, the giant emperor's intelligence could not be underestimated. The giants only have one giant emperor, and the third eye is the giant emperor's key to breaking through the life aura immortality. It's very mysterious, isn't it? All living things have their own counter to each other, and there's always a way to neutralize poison in the surroundings. The giants don't have any intelligence, but they've given birth to an extremely intelligent third eye. Take good care of it. It wasn't easy for you to snatch it from the Day-Night clan and the Outerverse Council. Lu Yin nodded. What should I do next, Old Kai? Old Kai looked at Lu Yin and suddenly laughed strangely, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. Astral 10 has been quiet for too long. The mentors have given you a mission. Go to the trial zones and snatch a training ground. Lu Yin's expression changed. Snatch a training ground? Old Kai's lips curled up. That's right. Go snatch a training ground. Lu Yin was speechless. Old Kai, are you sure I can compete with those area masters? Old Kai sized Lu Yin up with a deep gaze. I don't know. Just try. You won't die anyway. Those people have helpers, Lu Yin said helplessly. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Don't you have helpers? Kid, do you know what it means to be a leader? You're the leader of all the students, so you have the right to gather them. They might not listen to me, Lu Yin said helplessly. Whether they listen or not is up to you. However, the academy will turn a blind eye to your actions because of your status as the leader. Old Kai laughed strangely. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Turn a blind eye? This sentence was very tempting, and the first person he thought of was Hui Day-Night. Wouldn't listen? Then he would beat him up until he submitted. As long as the mentors didn't interfere, everything would be easy. Right, I have to remind you to complete your mission as soon as possible. The Astral Combat Tournament is speeding up, and those old fellows have asked the 10 arbiters to find a group of sponsors. The Cosmic Network has been brought forward, Old Kai said. Lu Yin frowned. He had already been pressured by Lu Xiaoqiu's incident, but he hadn't expected the network to be brought forward. How troublesome. However, it was unreasonable for the Astral Combat Tournament to expend so many resources to connect to the Cosmic Network. He had already guessed this, but it might be even more complicated than he had thought. Just as he was about to leave the treasury, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and looked at Old Kai. I remember that there are quite a few lock-breaking missions on the mission list. Are those source boxes in our academy? Old Kai raised an eyebrow. Don't worry about that for now. Go snatch a training ground. Lu Yin felt strange, but he still left. Old Kai rolled his eyes. What a joke. If those source boxes were in our academy, they would have been unlocked by the trial master long ago. You wouldn't even have a chance. After leaving the treasury, Lu Yin went straight to the trial zone entrance. There was no one under the teleportation stone except for little Pao, who was bored out of his mind and chewing on a blade of grass. "Senior little Pao, long time no see," Lu Yin greeted. Little Pao's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin. "You're back, Lu Yin. It's only been a few months, but you've gotten stronger." Lu Yin smiled. "Why are you here, senior little Pao?" "Boring," little Pao laughed. "Right, are you here to enter the trial zone?" Lu Yin nodded. "Senior, Xiao Luo and the others have already entered, right?" "It's not just Xiao Luo. Everyone else has already entered." Lu Yin was surprised. "That fast?" "Fast? Not really, it's just 100 victories, not 100 consecutive victories. You've been in the academy for more than half a year, and even if you meet a sentinel every day, you'll still have 100 victories in 3 months. Plus, they've been training under the tutelage of their mentors for a few months, so it'd be too bad if they didn't get 100 victories. Although their win rate is a bit lower, they're still qualified to enter." Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Although there weren't many sentinels in the ported battles, it was still possible to meet a sentinel every day. But then again, it was sad that one had to rely on luck to obtain 100 victories. "How are they?" Lu Yin asked. He had been killed very quickly back then and he was the leader. The others were probably even worse off. Little Pao replied, "Not bad, they're all doing well." Lu Yin blinked. "Doing well? How so? Weren't they surrounded?" "They were, but it was just Schutz and Meng Yu. The others all have their own backgrounds. Myriad Swords Peak, the Mavis family, the Council, Windrift Hall, the Day-Night clan, and so on. They all have area masters backing them," Little Pao said enviously. Lu Yin quickly asked, "What about Xiao Luo?" "Silver." "Xiao Luo? He has a brother called Xia Yi, an area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mount. As for Silver, he also has a sworn brother called Sha, an area master of the Tao of Slaughter's Ice." Little Pao patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said sympathetically, "Of the 12 students, only the 3 of you don't have any backing, so you were surrounded as soon as you entered. However, you have a backer now. Area Master of the Tao of Purgatory Sharon has said that he won't rest until anyone touches you." Lu Yin was a little depressed. Everyone else was doing so well, but he was the most miserable. If he hadn't coincidentally managed to threaten Sharon, he would have been surrounded as well. What kind of logic was this? "Senior, I'll go in first," Lu Yin said gloomily. Little Pao grunted, "Go in." Lu Yin turned around and took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring, infusing it with star energy. He then turned back to look at Little Pao, but there was no trace of him. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. He ran pretty fast. He had a feeling that Big Pao and Little Pao were not simple and might even be very strong. He wanted to use the giant emperor's third eye to observe them, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Just as he was about to put away the third eye, an old man appeared in front of him, giving him a fright. "Greetings, Trial Master." Lu Yin saw the old man and immediately bowed. The Trial Master stared at the white crescent moon crystal in Lu Yin's hand and praised, "Not bad. Did you obtain this, kid?" Lu Yin nodded. The Trial Master grunted, "Use it well. Can be used for many things." He then returned to his original position. Lu Yin bowed again and walked past the Trial Master to enter the Trial Zone Mountain. This was his second time here, and the last time he had been here there had been no one at all. This time he saw Schutz, who seemed to be preparing to leave with a pained expression on his face. "Were you killed?" Lu Yin asked. Schutz nodded and looked at Lu Yin. "How's the Empire?" "It's stable, it's fine," Lu Yin replied. Schutz lowered his voice. "Quite a few people from U Academy have left. The second prince found quite a few elites for U Academy, so they should have all left." "Do you still think that U Academy is filled with elites after coming here?" Lu Yin teased. Schutz fell silent. He was the strongest person in U Academy, but even he was ranked at the bottom here. There was no need to even mention the others. Practically none of the 5 hall masters had passed the exam, and U Academy was nothing compared to this place. Any sentinel could easily sweep through U Academy in ported battles. "The gap between the inner verse and the outer verse is too great," Schutz sighed and turned to leave. Lu Yin spoke up, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The mentor gave me a mission to snatch a training ground. How about we work together? Shits smiled. I thought you were smart, Lu Yin. You've been to the trial zones and even been killed by the Spear Mountain Area Master. Haven't you noticed the difference? Or do you think that you can act without restraint just because you have Karen's support? Lu Yin stared at Schutz. You're the one who hasn't noticed the difference. Schutz was stunned. What did that mean? This person could already challenge an area master? How was that possible? It had only been 4 months. You really want to snatch a training ground? Those area masters are the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and you've personally experienced how terrifying the Spear Mountain Area Master is. Besides, they don't fight alone. They have helpers, and any student who trains in their training grounds can be counted as helpers, Schutz probed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 178. Lu Yin smiled. I didn't say that I would do it alone. Astral 10 may be small in number, but we're all powerhouses with 100 victories in ported battles. We're not any weaker than the others. Schutz shook his head. Those people won't care about you. They all have their own backings, and aside from Meng Yu and me, everyone else has their own training grounds. There's no need to complicate things. I'm Astral 10's leader, so I naturally have my ways to get them to help me, Lu Yin said confidently. Schutz stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before sighing. Fine, I'll accompany you if you want to do it. I don't care anyway, no one will really die. That's more like the Great Yu Empire's strongest youth. You're fearless, and I still remember when you challenged the Outerverse Council, Lu Yin praised. Schutz smiled bitterly. He had been too ignorant back then, and just like Lu Yin had said, he didn't know the difference between them. Now that he thought about it, Ghostfire was just a failure who hadn't been able to enter an academy, and even the Yu Academy's Hall Master had been helpless against him. Bazer was an explorer, and even if he wasn't as strong as the Astral Combat Academy's explorers, he wasn't too far off. After all, he had the qualifications to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Tell me, where are we going and where should we meet? Schutz asked. Lu Yin answered without hesitation, Tao of Purgatory, Whitebone's Gorge. The area master of Whitebone's Gorge is Sharon. Is he your backer? Schutz asked. Many people had been shocked when Sharon had said that he would protect Lu Yin. Lu Yin had a reputation for harassing Shiyu, beating up other students, blackmailing, threatening, and completing a sentinel mission. He wasn't a nobody, he was even the leader of Astral 10. Lu Yin smiled at the mention of Sharon. He's my brother, a very good brother. No one in the universe knew Sharon better than he did. Schutz nodded. I was just killed inside. You go in first and I'll look for you when I recover. Lu Yin stepped into the trial zone mountain and glanced into the distance, vaguely seeing Xia Luo's figure. He didn't care about it at all, as others would still search for a secret place even if their physical bodies were protected. Lu Yin didn't mind, and he closed his eyes and silently accepted the Tao of Purgatory. His vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that the ground was covered in darkness and a pair of pitch-black eyes. Lu Yin jumped in fright and immediately retreated. When he saw what was in front of him, he realized that it was a war spirit. The war soul did not have an appearance. Its outer appearance was pitch-black, including its eyes. It was very easy to identify. Lu Yin cursed his bad luck, as he had come face to face with a war spirit as soon as he had entered. War spirits were extremely aggressive, and they were generally very powerful. When it sensed Lu Yin's arrival, the war spirit did not hesitate to attack. It transformed into a black long sword, and with a shake of the blade, it transformed into countless sword shadows that swept through everything within a 100-meter radius. Lu Yin was shocked. He had known that war spirits were very powerful, as they were all projections of powerhouses who had battled in the trial zones. However, he had not expected to meet one so casually. This sword was not inferior to Zhuo Knight's White Void sword, and it had traces of a domain. Lu Yin believed that the powerhouse who had formed this war spirit would have definitely grasped a domain if they were still alive. Lu Yin was about to attack when his expression changed. He used flash and reappeared 100 meters away. On the other side, 3 students appeared, and they were delighted to see the war spirit. Go. Leave the final blow for me. One of them shouted, and the other two simultaneously attacked the war spirit. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although he had not been able to see all of Karen's memories when he had fused with him, he had still seen some of them, so he was not unfamiliar with them. What he did not understand was why these spirit hunters existed. Generally speaking, those who formed these teams might not be absolute powerhouses, but they were definitely people with powerful backgrounds. Some powerhouses would rather not fight for the position of area master to form a spirit hunter team, and they would even personally deal the final blow. It was very strange, and there were all sorts of reasons. The spirit hunters in front of him were quite different from the ones in Karen's memories. In Karen's memories, the spirit hunters he knew of were all very powerful, and their captains were almost as strong as an area master. Otherwise, they would not have dared to go out and hunt war spirits. However, none of the three people in front of him were decent, and they would be at the bottom of Astral 10's rankings. There was a loud boom as the black ground shattered. The two students who had been attacking the war spirit were both heavily injured, and their faces were pale. Gu-er, this war spirit is too strong. It even grasps a domain. We can't deal with it. The student in the lead was anxious and dodged the war spirit's sword. When he saw Lu Yin not far away, he immediately shouted, "You come and kill it together. Remember, leave the final blow for me." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Why should I listen to you?" Gu-er snorted. "Either we kill the war spirit together or we give up on it and deal with you first. Choose one." Lu Yin was so angry that he started laughing. What a threat. This guy's strength was not much, but he knew how to cut off all means of retreat. He thought about it and attacked not because of Gu-er's threat, but because he wanted to kill the war spirit. The spirit hunter captains were all here to deal the final blow, and Lu Yin wanted to see what he could gain. Gu-er thought that his threat was effective, and he secretly ordered the other two to retreat. He planned to use Lu Yin as cannon fodder while they waited for an opportunity to attack. Lu Yin had fought with Shui Day night before, and he was well aware of the strength of her domain. He attacked with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, which caused 9 shocking explosions. First, it shattered the black longsword, and then the final explosion directly shattered the war spirit, causing it to dissipate into fragments. This scene shocked Gu-er and the other two. The three of them had not been able to defeat the war spirit even when working together, but this person had actually killed it with a single blow. The moment the war spirit died, the black fragments disappeared before Lu Yin's eyes without any abnormalities. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and immediately activated the serious art. 9 stars appeared on the surface of his body, forming a perfect star system. Through the serious art, Lu Yin saw something different from the black fragments that were about to disappear. They were strange symbols, or rather diagrams formed from lines. The entire black fragment was formed from these symbols, and it quickly dissipated. Lu Yin frowned. What were these things? Were war spirits formed from these things? War spirits appeared from the battle images of powerhouses, but why were these strange symbols able to reflect war spirits through the images of powerhouses? Strange, very strange. No matter how Lu Yin guessed, he was still too far away from finding out. These were not things that he should know, and now he had to face the wrath of the three people behind him. Gu-er clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. "You actually dared to use the final blow. I told you to leave the final blow to me." Lu Yin turned around and looked at Gu-er with amusement. "Are you out of your mind? Why should I listen to you? Or do you think that the three of you can deal with me?" Lu Yin's words caused the other two to react, and a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. This person in front of them was an existence that had instantly killed a war spirit, and he was probably very close to being an area master. He was not someone that they could afford to offend. Gu-er also reacted and forcefully suppressed his anger. He had been so used to being arrogant that he had forgotten about the strength of this person in front of him. He casually glanced at the back of Lu Yin's hand and saw the word 10. Gu-er was astonished and looked at it again. It was indeed a 10. He smiled and regained his arrogance. "You're from Astral 10? Lu Yin did not deny it. With his strength, as long as he did not encounter an area master or realm master, it was unlikely that anyone could kill him. Gu-er's lips curled up and he looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person's attitude had changed multiple times, and after learning that Lu Yin was from Astral 10, He had become even more arrogant than before. It seemed that he had some background that was related to astral 10. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin said calmly. Gu Er snorted and raised his head. My father is Old Guda, the current Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Listen carefully, I'm talking about the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Lu Yin's eyes went wide and he stared at Gu Er in shock. This was too much of a coincidence and his gaze grew colder. The human domain was divided into the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse had 72 weaves and was infinitely vast, but the inner verse was not small either. The two universes were separated by an incomparably large astral river that resembled a ribbon. The astral river was composed of all sorts of liquid energy, and it was not a true stream of water. It was just energy that was visible to the naked eye as it flowed through space. This astral river divided the inner verse and the outer verse. The astral river was violent and no spacecraft could cross it. Only a type of giant boat could cross it and connect the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse did not have an astral river, while the inner verse was filled with tributaries. These tributaries divided the inner verse into countless regions known as flow zones. These regions were separated by astral river tributaries, and the only way to cross them was to use a giant boat that connected the two sides of the astral river. The person who controlled the boat was called a flow zone envoy, and the flow zone envoy who controlled the inner verse tributary boat was called a tributary flow zone envoy. The person who controlled the astral river vessels in the inner verse and outer verse were the astral river flow zone envoys. Old Guda was the current astral river flow zone envoy, and he had the special authority to control the inner verse portal. Unless one had a special status, entering or exiting the inner verse required his permission. Although this person was only a gatekeeper, his authority was immense, especially since he held this position. He was at least a cruiser or even a hunter. It was no wonder why this person was so arrogant. His father controlled the opportunity to enter the inner verse that countless people in the outer verse dreamed of. Gu Er looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction as he was waiting for Lu Yin to admit defeat. It felt great to see a powerhouse admit defeat, and this was not the first time he had done so. Back on the Astral River Arc, an outerverse explorer had even half-knelt to Gu Er in order to enter the innerverse. Gu Er did not care about powerhouses. As long as they did not have a special status, his father could suppress them. Lu Yin looked at Gu Er deeply. How long is your father going to stay as the Astral River Flow Zone envoy? Gu Er sneered. My father hasn't even been in the position for 10 years. He'll stay there for at least 50 years before retiring, and he might even continue to control the Astral River Arkansas. Lu Yin nodded. Good. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to kill him on the Astral River Arc while I was still alive. Gu Er was furious. What did you say? Lu Yin's gaze was icy. Remember, I'll kill you every time I see you. He then pressed a hand against Gu Er's head and exerted some force. Gu Er's head was crushed and he died in an instant. The other two felt their scalps go numb as this person had a grudge with old Guda. They hurriedly tried to escape, but Lu Yin still caught up to them and easily dealt with them with a single palm strike. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 179. As he watched Gu Er's corpse slowly disappear, Lu Yin looked up at the dark sky with a complicated expression. If not for old Guda's deliberate delay, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. He would have his revenge sooner or later. Due to Gu Er's appearance, Lu Yin's mood had become heavy. He asked a random student and learned that this place was 2 days away from White Bones Hollow. The trial zones were very strange. After death, one would appear in a random location, but if one did not die, they would exit normally and remain in the same place. Lu Yin did not think too much about the 2-day journey and continued towards White Bones Hollow. The Tao of Purgatory was completely black and it was easy to get tired of looking at it for too long. Actually, the Tao of Purgatory was very suitable for Lu Yin. As long as he revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, no one in the Tao of Purgatory would dare to make an enemy out of him. This was because the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was Dao Bo, a genius lockbreaker who had surpassed Sharon. In the Tao of Purgatory, lockbreakers had more privileges than any other trial zone. However, Lu Yin did not want to reveal too many of his trump cards. The astral combat tournament was approaching and he did not think that it would be completely fair. Many powerhouses would be analyzed before the tournament, just like Lu Xiaoqiu whom Madame Naylan had introduced to him. If he revealed too much of his strength he would also be analyzed and targeted and he might even be harmed. Lockbreakers had a very high status, but it was too easy to plot against someone in the universe without being discovered. Lu Yin felt that he should try his best to stay out of the limelight before the astral combat tournament to avoid being targeted. However, the mission that Old Kai had given him to snatch a trial zone was a little difficult. Any trial zone master could rank in the top 10 or even the top 5, and these people would definitely be the focus of the astral combat tournament. If Lu Yin fought against them or even won, it would be troublesome. What should he do? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Half a day later, Lu Yin sensed no less than 30 students passing by, all of them heading in the same direction. They were heading in a different direction from the one Lu Yin had been traveling in, but he could not suppress his curiosity and headed in that direction as well. It didn't take long for a vast black lake to appear in front of him. The water was also black, but strangely it was very clear. Dozens of students were hidden around the lake, staring intently at the center where 5 figures were fighting. The black lake was in chaos and the shockwaves from the battle even tore through the shore and faintly tore space apart. Lu Yin was astonished. This was a battle between area masters, or rather, a battle between powerhouses who were close to area masters. The only area master that Lu Yin had ever fought against was Frankfurt, and the might of that spear was still unforgettable to him. Furthermore, that person had also been a powerhouse with 2-line battle force. Lu Yin's physical strength and flash step allowed him to be confident that he would not be defeated by Frankfurt, but it was almost impossible for him to win. The people in front of him were probably weaker than Frankfurt. He looked around and found a student to ask. Of course, the process wasn't that smooth, but under Lu Yin's powerful fists, the student finally spilled the beans. This trial was called Blackwater Lake. The previous area master had broken through to become an explorer and left the academy, leaving this place without a master. Thus, several people were vying for the position of area master. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Old Kai had told him to snatch a training ground, but he hadn't said that he had to defeat an area master. There was one right in front of him. However, the problem was that there were so many people vying for it. Lu Yin wasn't afraid of fighting one-on-one, but it would be difficult to suppress everyone. After all, these people were all extremely close to being an area master and they were all picometers. Just as Lu Yin was having a headache, a strange fluctuation appeared at the bottom of Blackwater Lake, and he could faintly hear Sanskrit chanting. Lu Yin's gaze changed and he looked at the bottom of the lake. At the same time, everyone around Blackwater Lake heard the chanting, and their eyes lit up as they looked at the bottom of the lake. This was a phenomenon. Ancient phenomena would often appear in the trial zones, and it was like an inheritance that spanned across the ages. Many people had obtained powerful battle techniques or cultivation methods, and this was the trial zone's greatest value. Now this phenomenon was right in front of them. Everyone rushed to the bottom of the lake without hesitation. Lu Yin did the same. At the center of the lake, the 5 people who had been fighting also rushed to the bottom of the lake. However, unlike the others, they seemed to have discussed how to attack the other students. Within the trial zones, the fewer people there were in a certain area, the clearer the phenomenon and the more they could sense and hear. This was the reason why Lu Yin had been expelled when he had first arrived in the Tao of Purgatory. Now, it was the same reason that everyone else was being expelled by these 5 powerhouses. One figure after another either died or was thrown out of the lake. These 5 powerhouses who were close to being an area master were not something that the other students could resist. Behind Lu Yin, someone attacked with a spear that pierced through the lake's water. Lu Yin frowned and dodged with flash, grabbing the spear with his hand. The attacker sneered, and the spear suddenly became scalding hot, causing the surrounding lake water to boil. A stream of air revolved around the spear as it tried to push Lu Yin away. Lu Yin was shocked. Battle force. This person also possessed battle force and they were both at the initial realm like him. As expected of someone who dared to fight for the position of area master. Bang! The lake water was shaken apart, creating a vacuum that forced Lu Yin and the attacker to retreat at the same time. The attacker was a man dressed in gray and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. He probably hadn't expected a melder to be able to block him. Lu Yin moved his numb palms. Without using battle force, he would be at a disadvantage if he used only his physical body to resist the opponent's battle force. However, it wasn't impossible. The man in gray stared at Lu Yin and attacked again. His spear was wrapped in battle force, and the tip of the spear pierced out with extreme speed, tearing through space itself. Lu Yin exerted strength in his calves and tensed up his muscles. The moment the tip of the spear approached, he used flash to dodge it. His body brushed past the spear and he raised his hand to slap the man in gray. Lu Yin raised his hand and 9 stars appeared as they revolved. This was the perfect serious palm. With a thump, huge waves rolled out from the bottom of the lake and the pressure pushed everyone away. Even the other 4 powerhouses who were fighting for the position of area master retreated, their eyes filled with shock. The man in gray's spear was bent by Sirius's palm, and his body was sent crashing to the bottom of the lake. It took a while for the lake to be covered again. The other 4 stared at Lu Yin in shock. A melder was able to fight against them and he was also a monster. At that moment, a chill surged from above, and they looked up to see snow-white ice crystals. Not good, it's the black ice. The twins are here. Someone shouted, attacking the ice that had sealed the lake's surface. The others did the same. At the bottom of the lake, the man in gray angrily rushed out. Although Lu Yin's serious palm was powerful, it couldn't injure someone who was close to an area master in one hit. Stop fighting, let's get out of here first, someone else shouted. The man in gray looked at Lu Yin unwillingly, and then raised his spear to stab at the black ice. Lu Yin attacked as well, as he had a bad premonition that the phenomenon at the bottom of the lake had disappeared while he was fighting with the man in gray. Intense sounds reverberated across the lake, but the 6 powerhouses who were close to an area master were unable to break through the ice. They were completely frozen. They attacked for a while before stopping. At that moment, 2 beautiful women appeared on the surface of the lake. One was dressed in white, the other in light pink. What surprised Lu Yin was that they looked exactly the same. Twins? Ah, you guys are having a great time fighting. How is it? Is the water cold? The woman in white smiled. Not far from Lu Yin, the man with the crew cut was furious. Qin Shui, the phenomenon at the bottom of the lake was your doing. None of them were stupid and they could guess that the phenomenon had disappeared and the black ice had appeared. The phenomenon had been set up by someone else to lure them to the bottom of the lake, and the instigators were the twins. Qin Shui laughed. Don't accuse me, Garth. I was just worried that you guys would ruin the scenery of Blackwater Lake, so I helped seal off the shockwaves. In that case, let us out now, the man in gray said in a low voice. Qin Shui smiled but didn't say anything. The woman in the light pink dress beside her spoke up. Her name was Qin Mei and her tone was much colder. We can let you out, but you have to leave Blackwater Lake and leave this place to our young master. Your young master? Xianxia? She didn't join the Astral Combat Academy, did she? Another man not far from Lu Yin asked. She just joined. This is our gift to the young master, Qin Mei said coldly. Lu Yin frowned. The Astral Combat Tournament had indeed attracted a group of powerhouses, such as the sword sects Lu Xiaoqiu and Xianxia. Aside from them, there had to be many other freakish geniuses. For example, the twins in front of him had worked together to create a black ice that even they couldn't break through. On the other side, a pale-faced man with a cold gaze spoke up. Does your young master need a gift from you? Isn't seducing a random realm master to obtain a training ground? Isn't that what your Frost Moon sect is best at? Qin Mei looked at the man. So you're a loser who was banished from the day-night flow zone. You don't have the ability to take revenge and only know how to talk. That's not right. If you have the ability, let them out and fight a few hundred rounds. Garth immediately spoke up to fan the flames. Qin Shui smiled and said, Garth, don't waste your time. You can either leave Blackwater Lake or be frozen. If you want to leave, just kill yourself. Kill myself? I'm not stupid. By the time I return to Blackwater Lake, this place will have changed hands. Garth rolled his eyes. At that moment, the gray-robed man spoke up. Your Frost Moon sect is quite bold to dare attack a lockbreaker in the Tao of Purgatory. Everyone was shocked. A lockbreaker? There were lockbreakers here? Lu Yin saw the gray-robed man look at him and his eyes trembled. This person shouldn't have known that he was a lockbreaker. You're Astral Ten's Lu Yin, right? I've seen you before at Spear Mountain, the gray-robed man said coldly. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin? That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Atop the lake's black ice, Qin Shui and Qin Mei's expressions suddenly sank. They looked at each other as they finally remembered. Wasn't Lu Yin the person that Sharon had said he would protect? This was troublesome as Sharon had been dragged into this mess. They didn't care about the others, but Sharon was a lockbreaker and this group couldn't be provoked. If one was provoked, a second or even a third might appear. Most importantly, the Tao of Purgatory's realm master Dao Bo was a lockbreaker and that guy was extremely protective of his own people. I remember now. Karen's lover. Garth shouted. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin's face immediately darkened and he glared at Garth. Sharon is my friend. Don't spout nonsense. Garth was embarrassed. I'm sorry, it slipped out of my mouth. No, I said it too quickly. No, that's not right either. I'm sorry, huh? Lu Yin clenched his fists. This guy had a bad mouth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 180. How about it? Let us go immediately, or you won't be able to withstand Karen's wrath. Don't forget there's still Dao Bo, the man in gray threatened the twins. The twins' eyes flashed as they looked at Lu Yin. This person was very troublesome. No need, this place is fine. I don't want to leave for now, Lu Yin casually said. The others immediately looked at him. Hey, are you crazy? Don't spout nonsense. Garth grew anxious. The man in gray also glared at Lu Yin. He wanted to fight for the position of area master, but he did not want to be frozen at the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin sneered. He did not want to be used by others, especially by someone from Spear Mountain. Student Lu, as long as you help us, the Frost Moon sect will remember your kindness. Snowmelt smiled at Lu Yin, her eyes sparkling. The man in gray glared at Lu Yin. Think carefully. With Karen's background, they won't dare to freeze you. As long as you take us out, I can help you resolve your grudge with Frankfurt. Frankfurt? I know him too and I can even talk to him, Garth said. The others also spoke up. They did not want to be trapped. Lu Yin was disdainful. Frankfurt? Who the hell is he? Would he dare touch me? The man in gray was furious, but he could not say anything. Lu Yin was right. This person had Karen's background, so Frankfurt would not touch him. The others were helpless as well. Lu Yin had a powerful background and no one could force him to do anything. After waiting for a while, Lu Yin looked at the twins' complicated expressions and suddenly said, Actually, it's not that difficult to leave. I have a way without Karen's background, but why should I take you out? What are your conditions? The man in gray asked coldly. Lu Yin said, 20,000 crystals per person and I'll take you out. All right, no problem, Garth immediately agreed. Although 20,000 crystals was not a small amount, it was still acceptable to the absolute elites of the Astral Combat Academy. They could easily earn more than that on a single mission. The others agreed as well. Lu Yin was not afraid that they would go back on their word. After all, they were all powerhouses and doing so would cause unnecessary burdens that would affect their cultivation. This was a problem with their mental state and no one would be willing to affect their path to becoming stronger for a measly 20,000 crystals. Lu Yin quietly explained the method and the five of them were stunned. Was that even possible? Actually, the method was very simple. Just like how the twins had attracted them, it was to create an anomaly at the bottom of the lake. In a place like the trial zones, anomalies could appear at any time, let alone in a trial ground like Blackwater Lake. As long as an anomaly appeared, even if the twins were 90% sure that it was fake, they would still check it out. It was simply too important. Any anomaly could create a peerless powerhouse. This was an overt scheme. Even if Lu Yin told the twins that they had faked the phenomenon, the twins would still break the mysterious ice and investigate it themselves. This was human psychology. The method was simple, but as long as one couldn't think of it, they would never be able to think of it. There were a total of 6 people at the bottom of the lake. In order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they discussed for a moment and separated at the same time. Above the profound ice on the surface of the lake, the twins were puzzled. They looked at each other and stared at the bottom of the lake. They were confident that these people would not be able to break the profound ice, but the sudden movement made them feel uneasy. When will the young lord arrive? Residual Snow asked in a low voice. Kinmei shook her head. I'm not sure, but it should be soon. These people are all strong enough to fight for the position of area master. They might have a way to break through the mysterious ice formed by our innate gifts. I hope that the young lord will arrive as soon as possible. Just as she finished speaking, a blinding light flashed at the bottom of the lake. A phantom could be vaguely seen stirring up the water, bringing with it an ancient aura. Above the lake surface, the void distorted and resonated with the bottom of the lake, forming a huge tornado that wreaked havoc. Everyone around Blackwater Lake was stunned by this scene and stared blankly. Was this an anomaly? At the bottom of the lake, Lu Yin was flabbergasted. This was too real. Wait, no. Lu Yin suddenly realized that this anomaly was a little strange. Could it really be an anomaly? He immediately looked at the bottom of the lake. Gus and the pale-faced man did not come up. They were responsible for creating the anomaly. According to the plan, in order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they had to immediately float up when the anomaly appeared. However, it had not appeared until now. No, this was a real anomaly. Lu Yin immediately dove down. The others reacted as well, and the gray-robed man stabbed his spear into the water, splitting it apart as he rushed to the bottom of the lake. On the surface of the lake, the twins looked at each other in shock. They immediately shattered the mysterious ice and rushed into the lake. Many people rushed in at the same time. Anomalies in the trial zones could create top-notch powerhouses, and this one was huge. There was definitely a great opportunity waiting for them. At the bottom of the lake, Gus and the pale man stared excitedly at the vortex that had formed at the bottom of the lake. A phantom stood there quietly, its appearance unclear, but its influence on the lake bottom was growing. Strands of water left the vortex and fused with the phantom. Spatial tears occasionally streaked past like lightning. The pale man rushed over, wanting to fuse with the phantom to comprehend this peerless battle technique. Gus immediately rushed over as well, but he was slightly slower. The pale man had just rushed into the vortex when he was shredded to pieces without being able to resist at all. This scene caused Gus' expression to change and he immediately retreated. At the same time, Lu Yin and the others had just arrived and were shocked to see this scene. Everyone here was a powerhouse close to an area master, but they had been easily killed by an ancient anomaly. It was too terrifying. Soon after, the twins appeared from behind, but no one bothered to argue with them as they all stared ahead. More and more people appeared and looked excitedly at the phantom in the distance. They all hoped that they would be able to obtain the legacy of this anomaly and rise up in the Astral Combat Academy. The ancient phantom stood at the bottom of the lake as the vortex around it grew larger and larger, gradually enveloping the entire Blackwater Lake. Lu Yin and the others had already retreated until they finally left the area of the lake. They appeared on the shore and stared intently at the phantom. More and more people tried to rush into the vortex and fuse with the phantom, but they all failed. Even the gray-robed man's spear was torn to pieces. The twins used their mysterious ice to test the waters, but they were also unable to stop the water from tearing them apart. At this moment, in the ancient phantom's hands, the water had become the strongest killing weapon that no one could shake. Lu Yin had already activated the serious art. While others saw the water flow, he saw an indescribably terrifying killing intent. On the surface, it looked like a vortex, but in reality, it was filled with the transformations of battle techniques. Anyone who entered the vortex with any battle technique could be broken or even torn to shreds. This was the wisdom of an ancient powerhouse, and it had a hint of the simplicity of the Great Tao. Lu Yin was envious. If he could fuse with that ancient powerhouse and experience this battle technique, his strength would immediately soar. At the very least, his usage of battle techniques would transform. Unfortunately, he was not confident that he could pass through the vortex. Another student was torn to shreds by the vortex. The crowd could only watch, but they could not touch him. The anxiety in their hearts was indescribable. Lu Yin was the same, he wanted to give it a try. At worst, he would die once. It wasn't like he would die for real. As he thought about it, he rushed towards the vortex. At the same time, Gus also rushed out because the phantom was starting to fade. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when they would get another one? Many people rushed out at the same time like moths to a flame. Even though they knew that they would die, they still chased after that glimmer of hope. To cultivators, becoming stronger was their only hope. It was cruel and realistic, but this was the universe. Sometimes cultivation was just courting death. Lu Yin activated the serious art, and his battle force flowed out of his body and rushed into the vortex. He wanted to rush towards the phantom, but he was swept away by an indescribable force. His battle force was instantly disintegrated, and the same went for the serious art. His 9 stars exploded, but they were unable to form any sort of defense against the vortex. The next moment, extreme pain invaded his nerves as his body was torn apart. Gus had already been torn to shreds, and the other powerhouses who had competed for the position of area master of Blackwater Lake had also died. Lu Yin growled and held on for a second. His calf muscles ruptured as he used Flash, and at the same time he slapped himself with 9 stacks. Combined with Flash, he blasted himself out of the vortex in the next second and crashed onto the shore. Aside from him, everyone else who had entered the vortex had died. Not a single one had escaped. This scene shocked the crowd once again. The twins' pupils shrank as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had actually survived for 2 seconds in the vortex, surpassing Gus and the others. Furthermore, he was only a melder. This was the first time he'd been injured since breaking through to the melder realm. He didn't even know the limits of his body, which had surprised the Sandmaster. However, he'd still been severely injured by the vortex in 2 seconds. Fortunately, he'd been able to hold on for 2 seconds, which was more than enough to surpass everyone else. Injuries in the trial zones would heal quickly, so he didn't have to worry about it. It was fine as long as he didn't die. At that moment, a white figure passed by the crowd and rushed into the vortex. Everyone thought that the white figure would be torn to shreds, but the moment it touched the vortex automatically stopped. The white figure passed through the vortex and merged with the ancient phantom. The next moment, the vortex started spinning again. This change shocked everyone. Someone had obtained the inheritance, or rather, the inheritance had been waiting for that person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Did this opportunity belong to that person? He couldn't see what was inside, and all he could see was a thin veil covering the body and a beautiful side profile. It was a woman. Junior Sect Mistress, the twins exclaimed as they looked inside. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Junior Sect Mistress? Was this the Frost Moon Sect's Xianxia that Gus and the others had been talking about? This inheritance actually belonged to her. Blackwater Lake was destined to be hers. Lu Yin stood up and left while enduring the pain in his body. This opportunity had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to take it by force. That would only bring him bad luck. Lu Yin recovered from his injuries at a place not too far from Blackwater Lake. Half a day later, his body had fully recovered. As long as he didn't die, the recovery ability of the trial zones was very strong. After all, this wasn't his real body, but rather the special characteristics of the trial zones. Thus, if he fought here, he would either die or not fight. 2 hours ago, the phenomenon at Blackwater Lake had disappeared. From that moment on, the area master of Blackwater Lake was named Xianxia, a powerhouse who had joined the Astral Combat Academy because of the Astral Combat Tournament. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.